Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It's part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they're being positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow, with no patients.
And we welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for April 21st, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skoric, and along with each and every one of the participants or guests who are with us today. This is a large family and it's growing larger, and at some point we're going to meet our cousins in a way from the same creator in the universal community. So the family will then grow more and more. It is all part of the same family. We're just not completely aware of it. What we saw in the beginning is a wellness system. And as Mr. Keshe said, this can reach all conditions of unwellness in the body of the man. Is there someone who would like to improve on this system? We heard an announcement last week that the Keshe Foundation wellness system in China will be announced in the very near future. And of course, on the volunteer video, we see the process of growing a tooth. We see the process of remotely melting kidney stones by changing the salinity in the kidney. And even in China, I remember Mr. Keshe saying a number of years ago that they have an MRI or video of an MRI of actually rebuilding the wall of a heart. And this is fully documented in China. They haven't shared it, or maybe they've shared it intergovernmentally, but they haven't shared it with the public at large. So do you want to try to improve the system? The way to improve it is not to make it yourself or tweak it yourself, not that you could get your hands on it, but is to participate in some of these sessions that are helping the scientists and the doctors to perfect this system. To me, the systems are already built and been in the hands of the Keshe Foundation for many, many years, especially what he referred to the patents and the refrigerator that powers itself and so many other things. Many of these things have been done by Mr. Keshe years ago. And we all want to possess this knowledge, but as he said, we show you what we do, but we don't exactly tell you how we do it. So rather than possessing the knowledge and building these things ourselves, I see the system is already prepared for us. In other words, we just have to participate in using these systems. Eventually, I think it will come the time that man will build some of these systems. I think the team has the knowledge, but that's basically it. Even the scientists who've seen it in China are baffled about the production of the CH4 or methane gas. And we also saw that in Italy years ago, where the Keshe Foundation had developed a system that would clean up the water contamination in Italy, which is well known. I think when they moved the Teflon manufacturing out of the United States into Italy, and apparently the test results were good. But the government said, and the scientists said, we can't use this system, even though we're confirming it does what we want it to do, because we don't understand the technology. And so apparently it's still sitting on the shelf, even though it was confirmed that it works. So this is some of the issues that the scientists are having. The knowledge seekers are having sort of the same issues. We don't understand some of the hidden technologies that are in here, but perhaps in the future we will understand more of these interactions of energies, cosmic rays, cosmic fields of the universe, which helps to put or connect these systems together. And we're learning about it, but again, I don't know if we'll be building them in the matter state or the technology will be provided. Another thing that's happening, as Mr. Keshe announced, was this interest in the Tesla cars of stripping them, of taking out the battery. Probably the wheels are coming off it, the motor is coming out of it, any sort of drivetrain will come out of it, and creating a hovering car. I know he mentioned to us that the life of the electric car has about maybe 2 years left to it. So another exciting development on top of the wellness centers. And of course, we see what's happening in Gaza, or we've heard what's happening in Gaza about this feeding project. I call it the Gaza Project, remotely feeding energies in the form of energy. It's a food, but again, you're not getting the chicken or the lamb, you're receiving the energy of the lamb. And it's the same with the water. You're receiving the energy fields of the water that allows your body to then produce water. And of course, medicines, antibiotics, and especially emotional balancing. So this Gaza project has shown the feeding, the medicine, and the emotional balancing. Does anyone want to try to improve on that system? I think there is room for improvement, but I don't think we carry the capabilities to even develop something even close to this. And then, of course, getting it through the, so that's another huge point. Then, of course, as we heard, was it last week on these vertical units and the ability that the foundation has to allow a split soul to manufacture its own structure of physicality within the vertical units. In other words, put one person in and maybe 2, 3, or 4 come out of the other vertical unit. Is this something someone could improve on or build a system similar to that? I don't believe it's even possible. We're not carrying this sort of knowledge, but we'll be able to use the knowledge. So this is another big move forward, as we know, with the Keshe Foundation. As I mentioned, the energy of the CH4, we think it's for burning. We think it's for the electrical generation, pulling or creating the CH4 out of the size of a briefcase sort of apparatus, feeding it into an electrical generator, which then you will receive very inexpensive energy. But Mr. Keshe said it's not so much for burning, but it's for space travel. And that's what this workshop was really about. So we have the wellness centers, we have the Tesla car project, the remote feeding, vertical units, the methane gas production. And of course, the governments are baffled by this. They're confirming it works, again, like Italy confirmed the water cleanup system worked, but they're baffled by the technology and they don't understand exactly how it works. Of course, we see the cosmic ray material, which is offered in the store, taking cosmic rays, bringing them into a matter state and somehow converting them. We've seen the gold amino acids, again, feeding the person, providing wellness, energy, and again, emotional balance is satisfying the need for this thirst for power or to be a leader or anything along that line. So does someone want to improve on the gold amino acids, or can you even produce that? I think with our limited knowledge, we're not really at that level. But as Mr. Keshe said, you don't need to build a cell phone to be able to use it, or a jumbo jet. You just rent a seat. And that's what he's asking us to do and helping develop these systems even further than they've already been developed. And there's much more, I'm sure, in the background that hasn't even been showed. We've also seen the amino acids being converted into air, that they instantly become food rather than making the ganses collecting the amino acids and then converting them. So these are systems that are already built, already within the hand of the Keshe Foundation. Would you like to improve them? Do you think you could improve them? But we can definitely experience them and play with them. And of course, now Mr. Keshe is saying that we need to understand the other part of the equation, this operating and existing in an environment of energies. It's very similar to the matter state, other than the difference is the feeling, the touching, and the expression of love. He said that was the only difference. So we're quite good at operating in the matter state, but now we need to learn a few more things and master this art of survival in the energy state. I don't think you could take a UFO, and I think many of them are lost. We don't know the full story on that, but in the matter state, it seems if you don't have the correct fields or shielding around that craft, you will eventually run into an energy field that just dissolves you. And he said this is the same with the soul. You can actually dissolve your own soul if you do not know what to interact with or what not to interact with in the universe. So he's actually given us quite a few warnings and cautions about this dilemma of man going into space. But he said we all can do it. And our soul actually has the knowledge of what fields to take and what fields not to take. But I think we need more experience in this whole area, and that's what the systems that are being provided whether it's the vertical unit or the wellness system that you've seen. Again, it can reach man anywhere in the universe and can help promote the transmutation of the physicality and the soul of the man. We're also going to look at a clip from the 218th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Mr. Keshe talked a little bit about the patents, and there's many workshops where he's opened up, or Rick has brought the patents on the screen a little bit more. And then, of course, we'll hear about a Middle East update in so many ways, and then the message also that was sent in the Middle East by the parties that were involved there. And then Mr. Keshe got into this idea of a fake scientist that has actually tried or is in the process of patenting some of the Keshe technology. I know Tesla ran into a very similar situation, and they were warned off by the Keshe Foundation. I don't know how far this has gotten, but we'll hear more about the scientist who, I don't know if he's a created scientist, if he's a real scientist, but Mr. Keshe was not happy about them taking his work and calling it their own. And of course, he does not carry the full knowledge to be able to develop the craft. And even if he was to develop the craft, it's still the matter state of the entire affair, as I understand it, using the magnetical gravitational positioning system, which is what the UFOs do now, which Mr. Keshe said is still matter state. So this workshop, the 534, Mr. Keshe is asking us to start using our own internal reactors to start playing this game of living and making a camp, let's say, somewhere in the universe where you feel comfortable with, setting it up in a way that you can exist and live there for whatever time you may want. So it's all up to you, and as you are the last man standing, you're going to have to learn this for yourself. You're going to have to open up, investigate, and understand this knowledge for yourself. No one else. And that's what he indicated in this workshop, that even if you're next to your partner, your wife, your daughter, and you have not learned to absorb energy fields and probably give energy fields at the same time, or you will not be able to absorb it from another soul, which I always thought the sharing of the souls, that was perhaps part of it. What energy you were lacking, you could perhaps receive from another soul in the universe. But here he says, unless you learn the process, you cannot tap into another soul's energy. So a lot of intrigue, a lot of dilemma in the last few weeks, but this is part of the equation that we've all, in a way, missed. We thought we were ready to go into the universe, but apparently it's more of a delicate process than we fully understand at this point. It's almost like releasing an 8 or 10-year-old child out into the world and say, now go and fend for yourself. You can't come back home. Now, maybe 1 or 2 out of 100 may make it, or maybe more, but the majority would end up probably being co-opted or taking under someone else's wing and abused. And this is what Mr. Keshe is trying to prevent us from doing when we go into this dimension of energy. But he said we're already doing it. The cells in the body, millions of times a day, one is replaced by the other. So it's not a strange or unusual process, but there are some very key points that we need to understand before we are fully successful in operation and existing or mastering this art of surviving in space or in the universe. Would anyone like to add anything to that? Before we fully get started, let's go to our World Peace Treaty, as we usually do at this point in time. And of course, this is, again, finding peace within yourself. This is where it all starts, finding peace within your environment of your neighborhood, perhaps your work, among other friends and relatives you have. And then, of course, finding peace with the universal community or existing in the universe. You can find this document. This is the document the world leaders, the religious leaders are going to sign. It's a very similar or the same document where you pledge yourself, your nation to peace. And this is the whole premise of the Keshe Foundation, advanced space technology in exchange for peace. So feel free to download it, print it out. I think in this day and age where we all hear about wars and rumors of wars and wars continuing and never ending, and we've had this problem on this planet, 5,000 wars in the last 3,000 years. So we need to move away from war and killing to be able to enter this universal community or this community of energies, let's say. Maybe the ones in the UFO have not even really entered into this dimension of energy. They're still flying in the matter state. So we have a lot to learn about ourselves, our universe, the creator, and the process of creation. So let me read this, the World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, or a soul. Simply put your name, signature, date, position, and again, on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, as an individual. Yes, we want everyone from the ants to the lions to the man to the rest of the universal community, let's say, to find this true peace within ourselves, with our environment, and then, of course, with the larger universe or cosmos. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So a very simple but a very profound document. And as we just mentioned, this is the exact document, or very close to the exact document, that the world leaders, the world religious leaders, will endorse. You can find it at the Keshe Foundation website. And again, you can encourage others just by displaying it. It'll start a conversation. Oh, how could you possibly wish for peace when what you're seeing right in front of your eyes is just the opposite? Well, this is the way we change the condition, through our energies. And once we reach a tipping point, we will start to see the change appearing. But we need more people to enter into this process, which we'll get into a little bit later when we talk about the Dome of Peace and creating that Dome of Peace. Anyone have any thoughts or comments? And of course, as we saw the wellness system, there are what we call the pre or preparation for transmutation sessions. The next one will be coming this Friday. It's normally the third Friday of the month, and this is April, so we'll have 2 more sessions on the third Friday of the month unless they get changed. But this is how the foundation and the doctors are learning. They're developing the systems, they're interacting, they're not actually telling us what they're doing. There are some brief instructions or what they may be looking for, but we don't know all the settings and all of the interactions that are going on in the background. But apparently the system has been developed more and more as the weeks and the months go on. So if you'd like to book a virtual seat, in a way, you come in at 9 a.m. Central European Summertime, and you may leave about 1700, and you can go in and out, and sometimes they ask you to stay, or sometimes you have the ability to leave and come back. So there's many things going on in these sessions, and you may receive a small gift, but this is what we play, that keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. This is one of the things you can enter into these tests and trials for the doctors and the scientists to learn more. And as I say, you may receive a small gift on the dimension of energies, or something may start to change position. We've heard this a number of times. And of course, it's getting ready for a full transmutation, which may be shown in Isfahan or Washington, D.C. on the next upcoming conferences. So we'd encourage you to join. Understand, in a way, it's quite quiet in these sessions, and you're sort of almost very similarly, in a way, in the universal dimension of giving and taking on the energy level. Also, what's coming up, or what is available in the Keshe Foundation store, are these cosmic ray communication bundle. Again, we have to be taught about these, but this would in a way replace the current cell phone or the matter state communication devices. And this is the way we used to communicate before cell phone, way before cell phones. This is a plasmatic field communication system. It's only interacting with systems that KFM manufactures, and it is sold via this website or via official resellers. Cosmic Ray Plasma Communication Bundle unit allows the user to connect at given time in position to interact with other new Keshe plasma communication systems. In the near future, this is set up to replace the current voice transmitter systems without the use of satellites, and they are usable at any point without satellite or the need of extra units. But as he says in this workshop, do we really need these systems, the communication bundle? Once we've understood this, this is, again, like a training unit in so many ways, for us to learn the subtleties of interacting. Again, it's not hello, how are you? It's more you feel the subtleties of the energies of the one you're interacting. And maybe this can be developed even further. Mr. Keshe says the way he gets a sense of someone within the first few minutes of their interaction is the same way these communication bundles interact. Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, have you thought about we're using the ganses to cure our headaches if we have symptoms of headache and all that? Now, those are tools. Like he said, Mr. Keshe said, we could actually use these ourselves. So how do you use your gas of your body, in your body? How do you use it to alleviate the headaches that you're having? If I was using a tool of CO2 gas water to alleviate myself when I'm having headaches, and as a tool, but now I'm not using that anymore, how else would I use my body to quench my headache? What did I learn from the tool of the CO2 that I will use internally to alleviate my headaches?
Again, I'm not in the field of medical practices. I don't really have a lot of headaches. Would anyone? I was just looking for one of the wraps that was built for migraines and other things within the Keshe Foundation store. Remember, the GANs that the Keshe Foundation making is way different in so many ways than the GANs the knowledge seekers make. Even we saw that, Ike, in the paintings where you had a professional artist and they were painting a picture that was embedded with GANs, but Mr. Keshe said that the foundation makes and gives the artist the ganses. So there must be quite a difference in the ganses that I could give an artist and the way the Keshe Foundation produces these and is able to give them to the artist to put into their picture, which makes them much more effective. I was just looking for this, I'm not seeing it yet, but there was a wrap that went on the head. I think I'm trying to find all products.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking that, because Mr. Keshe always keep saying that these are tools for us to use. Eventually, we can do it ourselves. So
Correct.
I'm using that as an example. I've used that Gans water and it has helped tremendously in everything that I do. But how I still have not been able to use it myself without the Ganses to, I don't know the trick. I don't know what I'm doing wrong or what I could be doing. So use less of those tools, but use it within me.
I don't know what's going on inside that cup. I mean, your structure. Would anyone like to offer Ike any advice here? Now, this is an ankle gel pack. Here's something, a mask, but as far as, is it have to do with the emotions? That you could bring this here. Here's one right here, the head and this is something that you can use. But again, we should bring wellness to ourselves. This is being the last man standing. I'm sure when you're, as he said, when we go out into space, we can't take all the matter state and the doctors and the rest of it that we need to exist in space. So we're going to have to be using fields in a way if you travel in the dimension of energy.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it's the emotions, because I remember Mr. Keshe also mentioned we can practice this in the matter state and then we duplicate the emotions that we created when we are into that energy state. But how do we do that? That's the thing. So you could be right with the emotions.
Well,
Maybe
I think one of the ways, as we know, is to use the technique of what we call the three wise men. The three wise men that brought the gifts to the Christ child, which we were led to believe was gold or incense or other things. But now, Ike, I think we're understanding, as Mr. Keshe said, all the Christians missed it. The three gifts from the three wise men from Persia are the thinking good, the speaking good, and the doing good. You know, we don't think our emotions affects us as much as it does, but just in the realm of blood pressure, let's say, could your emotions raise your blood pressure? And when you go to the doctor, they say you have high blood pressure, we want to put you on a certain treatment, whatever, but just by controlling your emotions, I think you can bring that blood pressure to be lower. Because if you're angry, if you're mad at someone, if you're cursing them in your mind or verbally, again, this is against the ethos. This is the ethos of Mitra, the thinking good, the speaking good, and the doing good. It's easier said than done, and it's all for us to control this with ourselves. But the more you practice this, I think the more you become in balance, or it creates a shielding for you that you cannot be affected so much, even though it's not, again, perfect. We're not saying you won't have interactions or things won't go wrong that you have to deal with, but keeping that balance of thinking, speaking, and doing good is quite a phenomenal balancing of your emotions, because now you can't, in a way, get caught in any way by going against this ethos. There's nothing to latch on to, let's say, for the matter state to then develop the energies. And isn't this what he said in the workshop, Ike, about what we put in our mouth causes us a great deal of demise, and if we can control that, we can live for thousands of years.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah, we will live a long time.
So, I mean, again, it could be an allergen that's causing a headache that you're receiving in some way from food you're eating. We take too much of it. And of course, it's not only that, it's the idea of killing other lives to sustain our own, which is the bigger part of the question, and which is, of course, not allowed in space. We need to be able to take energies that have not been converted into souls rather than killing entities. An apple is an entity, as I understand it, or a banana. And we seem to take those energies to feed ourselves. Now, in this dimension of learning to operate in the energy dimension, we can also bring this back into the matter state. And perhaps this is what will allow us to live hundreds or even thousands of years, that you become part of the fields in a way. But again, it's something that has to be worked on. A lot of us like to eat for social reasons, and others, even the Chinese, he said they like to have something in their mouth, and this is a social. But I think this ethos of thinking, speaking, and doing good provides a whole lot of balance for you in the physicality, in the emotions, and in the soul level. So this is why we practice this ethos. And again, it's up to you. I don't live in your structure. Only you can control that. So there is a Gans head and teeth pack within there, and we heard a beautiful testimony from Anne Marie this last time, how her jaw seemed to be repositioned by wearing this strap, one of these straps here. And she was wishing for that, and apparently it just happened. We may see some x-rays about this, but this is why I say what's in the store and the way they make the Ganses and different things is much more advanced. We haven't been given all the secrets of it, although we can replicate CO2 without a doubt, or zinc oxide, copper oxide, and many other Ganses. You can make a Gans out of anything. But again, the strength of it and the use of that strength and probably connecting it is in a way a little bit out of the reach. That's why I'm saying the feeding system from the Keshe Foundation seems to be, to my understanding, very fully developed. Why would you go and try to make another feeding system? Because you want to possess the knowledge or own the knowledge? You can use that feeding system from the Keshe Foundation, which is fully developed. Even the butterflies in this store cannot be replicated. So we think we can, but it's way different than what the Keshe Foundation is making. As I said,
but if you don't, when you don't have the funds, sometimes you know the essence of how to make it. As the last man standing, you can actually duplicate that.
Right. These are just tools to show you what you can do on your own in so many ways. You are the system, and this is what we always, sometimes we believe more in the Ganses than we do in our own soul's ability to change us or correct us or to elevate us. We think there's more power in the Ganses than our own soul. Of course, this is all matter state in a way, or in a dimension between matter state and energy state, let's say. Even though it's full of energy, these are all little suns. We don't fully have the full understanding of producing it and connecting it the way it's done within the Keshe Foundation. That's just my understanding. Not that we won't reach that level in the future. But as he said, we can give mankind the advanced technology to learn how to do or make some of these things. But unless the soul is elevated, within 1 or 2 generations, we'll go right back to the same eating and killing each other. So this is why the elevation of the soul is so important. And all of these systems are made as soul elevators. You wouldn't think so, but somehow they're communicating or putting into the soul or sharing new knowledge with different energies and opening the soul up that it can release perhaps to that soul of physicality and the physicality what's needed. This is just my understanding, and each one of us have to take an understanding the way we see it. And I'm not here to tell you you're wrong or you're correct, because we're all unique creations and we all have unique reactors. And that's part of the beauty of this as well, when we join collectively. Okay, so let's hear a little bit again about the art of surviving in space. Now, not every culture will go into space. Apparently, they have certain dogmas or certain things within their culture that doesn't allow them at this point, even though they have the capabilities. it'll be them who deny those capabilities, or if they're being led by a guru or another person, that they would believe that their position would not be in space and not to stay in the physicality. So let's hear a little bit about what Mr. Keshe is trying to bring, and this is the understanding of operation in a new environment of just energy. And as he said, it could be black when you get there. There's no light. You're all alone in space as a star. Now what do you do? And of course, if you take the wrong energies and interact with the wrong energies, you may dissolve your very soul into the totality at that point in time. Where if you went in educated, you could be the soul of the man directed by the soul of physicality and ride that soul across the universe and to understand all kinds of different positions and creations and add to your knowledge. And I mean, this process can go on through eternity, or as long as you want to hold it together, if you know how to play. But this is what he's warning us. Be careful, because you could bump into energies just the same way. If you don't get off the train track, you get run over by the train. So let's go to this clip if we can. And we called it The Art of Surviving in Space. Oh, I'm going to just move this up and we'll go past that introduction. Okay.
And part of the teachings of past months about the soul, about cosmic rays, is how to survive in this dimension. Man has learned how to live in the dimension of the earth. You have rain, you make a roof, you carry an umbrella, it's dark, you put a light on. We have learned everything about how to survive this environment. And now we are endeavoring to go into another environment, and we have to learn everything about it. How to switch a light on, how to create dimension of vision, tangibility, or understanding the existence without tangibility. How can we use this if we are in this dark room for many days? What is the food? What is the fridge? How can I get the food, which could be on the table or it could be in the refrigerator? In the space, we don't have a table to put the food on, and we have no refrigerator to put the food in that it doesn't go bad. We have to do what is available to make that food, to make that fruit, to make the energy, use the energies of the universe to survive. Is it easier to survive in the dimension of physicality in the space, or is it easier to survive in the dimension of energy in the space? What do you call gases? You get a couple of GANs and you say, oh, this is good for Corona because you believe in it, it's done something, it saved you somewhere, and then it has energy. But in fact, it's the energy of the matter state which is there you learned. Now you have to learn to use the energies of the universe to get rid of that Corona, to get.
So would that happen in space, Ike? You get a headache and you have to then learn how to take the energies of the universe to get rid of that pain or that headache?
Yeah, that's the key. How do we use these tools right now to get that practice, and then when we're in that position, we duplicate it. So that's the essence. How do we do that? And I was using the CO2, having a headache, as a tool that we'll be using, but I still have not been able to, because I still depend on that CO2. Maybe, like you said, the thinking, so we'll start from there.
And also using your energies to create those fields, the interaction of the soul, or finding energies that are in your environment that you could take to do the same thing and make the CO2 on the plasmatic level without any matter state, and then absorb it. This, I think, is very, very possible.
Right,
rid of
right.
that hunger, to get rid of fears of the darkness, the physical darkness or whatever. This is what I just said very recently to the knowledge seekers and people we were with. If you go back to the patterns of the Keshe Foundation, we have spoken about the systems like cookers and the fridges, which have no need for wiring anymore. At that time, 14 years ago, 15 years ago, it was, oh, it's just 20 years ago. It was, you know, it talks there in a few 100 years, 50 years maybe. Now it's there, it's with us. We have gathered the technology.
So you see, these systems have and already are in the hands of the Keshe Foundation. Why would you want to make that yourself? And then, of course, you'd have to get it certified by the Keshe Foundation. I don't think they want you selling anything that's not certified or even giving away anything that's not certified in so many ways if you were going to do it on a mass basis. But these systems are already built by the Keshe Foundation, powering your washing machine or refrigerator without plugging it in. As Mr. Keshe said, he's been walking around with this self-charging chip for 40 years in his pocket. And now, as he said, it's coming the time that we are bringing this technology into the marketplace. So they're right there. The systems are already built. Our job, I think, or part of our job, is to help in whatever way we can bring this into the marketplace. And Mr. Keshe is negotiating at the highest levels with governments to make this happen. I don't think we'd be able to make the self-powered refrigerator and then, of course, introduce it and bring it to governments and get it in. He's very seasoned for this type of work, and we're learning, or we're becoming seasoned to do the same thing across the universe. Perhaps, maybe others will have different positions.
And then, as we said in other patterns, soon man in space has to find that wireless cosmic ray connection to the fridge of the universe, and how to cook the fields to become part of the need of its existence, that the soul does not disintegrate. Now you understand. All the teachings gradually opens up in how man will survive in a space on its own.
So he's talking about the soul disintegrating in space if you come in interaction with the wrong field. So the soul seems to be much sturdier than the matter state craft. So you can imagine what happens to matter state craft if their shielding breaks down, or if they run into a field, everything just turns into fields. The spacesuit is gone, the craft is gone, and most likely the inhabitants are also gone. And I think the UFOs have lost many, many people perfecting this science of magnetic and gravitational positioning. But now, even with the soul, which is much safer, it can also disintegrate if you do not know how to play or interact with these fields. Again, this is quite a deep knowledge for us, but it's part of our structure. It's part of who we are. I made the man in the image of myself. So you are part of the creator, and of course, a different size, a different strength, and a different amount. But you're learning to grow into this understanding.
It's no use your wife next to you or your daughter next to you understands how to tap into the energy, because she cannot give you that. If you haven't learned to tap into universal energy, you can't tap into her soul's energy, because you have not learned the art of surviving, art of utilizing the cosmic rays, the cosmic fields, the energy interaction, the fields interaction. You're like a blind who cannot even feed himself, but is holding in his hand in the darkness of the space.
And do you think this introduction of the cosmic ray material is going to help us to understand these rays. Here's this cosmic ray material. There's not much of a description about it, but
I
it's
think
being, yeah,
I think it is the foundation. I think Mr. Keshe is leading us there, and then to teach us how to do all that, because it's still coming. I believe so, because we don't know.
exactly. You're exactly right. This is part of the process that we haven't fully understood. We've been working with reactors and fields in the matter state, more or less. Now he's saying to survive in space, you can do it with a matter state craft, but there are a lot of shortcomings, I think, in that process by taking the physicality in the universe. When you can do it in the dimension of energy, which is much safer, although that still has some warnings to it. You can dissolve your very soul. So if you don't know how to play and you think you're smarter than you are, you may end up, you may bring on your own demise. And this is why he's saying he can't allow us to go into space until we fully understand this process, or at least fully partially understand most of it.
Now you understand why Mr. Keshe jumps from nano into Genesis, into soul, into cosmic ray. This is for you. When you are the last man standing in the space of your life, how to survive. We provide the rope, the lifeline to existence in the space. It's you who's going to hold on to this rope to get to the end of it, to the destination that you can manifest yourself, or you can use this rope to hang your soul and bring an end, in a way, demise the interaction of these fields on its own as an entity with the rest of the universe. In a way, you are that single star in the middle of nowhere. Now you have to strive to enjoy the time and place, know which to interact with, which one to avoid, and which one to enjoy, that you can exist in that dimension. You've learned that in the dimension of physicality of the man. You drink, you laugh, and everything else, but now you have to learn that in the dimension of the life in the universe.
I was just thinking, imagine if there was a collection of snakes and some were poisonous and some were gentle, or they carried no poison with them, but you didn't really know anything about snakes. And which one would you pick up? Which one would you handle? Which one would you interact with? If you pick up the wrong one, this may lead for sure to your demise. And so it's the same with the cosmic rays. You need to know which one, which strength, what you need, what not, which one you don't need, which one you interact with. So I'm just using that as a simple example of some of the pitfalls, as he said, about going into space. The fields are much stronger, I would think. Some are weaker, but some are much stronger. And apparently there's plenty of fields that are looking for an interaction.
And as I said, this is all the purpose of the Keshe Foundation teaching. We are showing you the strengths. We are showing you the ways how to survive. Now is the talk of a nuclear war. Who has nuclear weapon? Who's going to use it?
And this is another interesting part, how you can move from the dimension of physicality into the dimension of energy, wait for the storm to pass, and then move back into the dimension of physicality, so that not a nuclear bomb, not a bullet, he says here, can ever touch you, ever touch your physicality.
And will it happen that you know what to do and you can stand the nuclear radiation, change, convert into energy, that there is no physical manifestation, that no nuclear weapon and energy can touch you. And when it comes down in a few days, in a few weeks, in a few months, in another position on this planet, you can manifest yourself in a dimension of physicality. And then go and look for what happened. So The dimension of the teaching of the conversion of the soul of the man is in a way another dimension, another way. The sooner you learn that no nuclear weapon can kill you, no bullet can kill you, no accident can demise your physicality, because instantaneously on an alert of understanding, you can change in the dimension of emotion to the new size, the new energy, and what? It's like you see a train coming, you standing there and get hit by the train, or as you have a legs and you react, you jump off and the train passes. Up to now, the train was a train of physicality. Now the train is a cosmic rays, is a field of the universe, is a nuclear bomb, radiation in the fields. Are you going to stand there and watch it to come? Or are you going to stand aside and know how to jump off? How to transfer from physicality into energy and energy back to physicality? The question is that so hard? You do it every day, jump in front of the cars crossing the road, not to get hit by the other one. As soon as you cross one car, the other one comes, and there is a bike coming, and then up to now you were looking to the right, now you're going to do the same thing with the left to cross the other side. This side was gravitational, and the other side is magnetical. How are you going to survive this? The way you juggle your way, crossing the cars, avoiding the other people running next to you, you have to do that now with your soul. You have to do that now with the cosmic rays. I don't want these fields because it's too strong. I need the other fields which is weaker. It speeds my soul. It gives me dimension of what I can tap into. Today, I don't need a stronger field. I need a lighter field, and the rest. There is no difference in the dimension of existence, in the physical dimension or in the energy dimension. It's just man, because has never had experience, now has become a dilemma. This is why people like me looks very clever and he knows everything. We understand the principle of the creation, and every man has that capability. Is not exclusivity of the creator and his certain created things, call it prophets, ayatollahs, priests, and the rest of it. This is why Keshe Foundation has no religion. We are a scientific organization, because we have to survive the journey of the soul of the man and the physicality of the man in the universe.
Okay, so that's what it's all about, the survival of the soul of the man and the physicality in the universe, or the soul of physicality, or learning to manifest that physicality if you want to live in a dimension of physicality, whether it's on a planet or maybe in the universe. But it seems it's much safer on the soul level. And this is what is being taught in the new understanding, which cosmic rays to use and which cosmic rays perhaps to avoid, that it doesn't bring about your demise. So we're in a way back to square one, even though the knowledge we've gained from working with the energy movements and the GANs and the other things gives us in a way a background of understanding a little bit more of this, but it's two separate dimensions of existence. And we're all have the ability to operate in both. It's just we need to be taught a little bit more, or maybe a lot more. And it all depends on you, whether if this is your desire to experience that, or you prefer to travel in a physical craft, which Mr. Keshe said will accommodate those who prefer to travel that way. It may be the same on this planet. The ones who can transmute will be at another location instantaneously. The ones who decide to forgo that process will then get in a matter state, sort of plasmatic craft, and travel within minutes, of course, to another dimension. But they're relying on the craft. He says at some point you have to get out of the craft. and operate in this dimension, because sooner or later you'll meet your demise on this planet. And then what are you going to do? You're out there in space. It's dark. You don't have the knowledge. How do you start the interaction of creating the light and the rest of it? So this is in a way gaining that aspect of immortality, but it has to be taught, and it's an art. This is an art to master some of these topics, which usually becoming a master does not happen overnight. There's a process to it, and it takes some time and some training. And this is where the Keshe Foundation is leading humanity. But again, it's up to you to decide whether you want to be on the donkey, the UFO, the jumbo jet, or move the way the creator moves, purely with magnetical gravitational fields. And nothing is quicker, as I understand it. It's instantaneous. There's not even a travel moment that I can remember when I experienced something like this. You were just there at one location, you were there at another location, you were there at a third location, and then you were back at your kitchen table without any sensation of movement or flight or clouds or the rest of it. And the Keshe Foundation has these systems ready, willing, and able to share with humanity. But they'll come in more into the marketplace as the governments start to investigate this understanding for themselves in a way, and for their nationals. But this is where the blockage is. The systems have already been developed. They'll continue to be developed, but they're already at such a high level of understanding that we couldn't possibly replicate them, but we can certainly use them. And this is, I think, where we are in the Keshe Foundation. He's keeping this knowledge pretty close within the foundation. Not even all governments, I don't think, will. And as far as the car and so on, I'm sure the foundation will have the systems manufactured, and they'll just be retrofitted into a car, whether you do it in your backyard or you buy a Tesla car, or however you do it. But you won't be able to do this at this point in time for yourself. But you can fly with your soul by yourself and interact in the universe, as we do every night when we go into that dream state, or what we call a dream, which is actually the work of the soul. Now we're going to start doing it in a conscious level rather than an unconscious way. Anyone? So I think this is where the Keshe Foundation is heading, as Mr. Keshe clearly stated in these. And there's a lot more in this workshop for you to investigate, number 534. Every workshop is full of knowledge that can add to your knowledge or complement your knowledge, let's say. So what I thought we would do, if we can, there's something Mr. Keshe talked about in 2018. He spoke a little bit about the patent. We're going to open this fake scientist up a little bit, if we can. And let's hear what Mr. Keshe spoke about in 2018 about this, a little bit about the patent and the ethos of the foundation and the rest.
Invite the world leaders, invite every ambassador to be ready. Go on the internet and spread the word everywhere. 14 and the 15th of April, the special program will be shown. How to make things, people will see. I've asked our teams to show what they can, what they have done, that it shocks the humanity to next move. How it can be done, they have not seen. But it's there. Inform all the press. It will be shown for 2 days.
Now, of course, this was the matter state craft, and at some point in time, he said, we're canceling the UFO program, and maybe when we meet the passengers of the UFO, they'll show us exactly how to make the matter state craft. But he said there's a lot of shortcomings in this process and a lot of loss of life, as I'm sure the universal ones in the UFOs have figured out, that this is quite a touchy thing to develop. Mr. Keshe is just answering the call. He'll be right back shortly.
The beauty of the process is that we can all change the conditions, and we need to inform the people what is to come. We should not expect a fear of what they might do. They should have the fear of how they've been sidelined. The biggest problem for a lot of people will be the medical part. The control over food will shock many, many nations, many people who've been, you got to understand, people have come and gone, shown something, or things are shown in the background or discussed. Now collectively we'll put together in a way that can be understood. This is the beauty of it. This is what we are emphasizing on. This is what is part of our work. Establishment of peace through science and technology. No fear if an aircraft passes or something happens, they will find a solution. There is enough time to do. I'll put it this way, when the first incidents or possible incidents happens, then the government start taking action. This has been always the position. I expect to see thousands and thousands of Mexicans in America and let them build the wall. What's the use of the wall? We've seen it happen. This puzzles us. We saw how the castles were made and how they bridged when the cannon came, and when you could fly over them. Now why are we building a wall? For the rats not to pass? Because the Mexicans will fly right into Washington in 5 minutes. We have to find, as of next week, an international solution for everything we created to divide ourselves. The biggest problem for our world leaders will be how fast they can get together to bring mankind to the position of understanding. It's now, the game is over, it's all one. When the first flight takes place, when the first number of people in different parts of the world start flying, the governments find out passports useless. As I said, you become a bird. Have you seen a bird carrying a passport on its tail? I'm a bird, I land where I like. I emphasized this in my meeting with the American officials when I handed them over the key in 2012. I said, we fly over your country, you don't have the system to detect. With the one nation is forced upon us, not accepted by world leaders. You cannot stop. The only way they're going to stop you making caustic is to ban anybody carrying wood. If you can make ash, you can make a caustic. If you have a wire in the house, you can make your ganses. You made your ganses, understand what to do. In the teachings I've asked, especially those who made the space fuel, clearly indicate and dictate what it is, how it's made. Then you're all free. During the communist times, the communist leaders brought everybody from the farms to put them in the blocks that they had no place to cultivate, that the common man could control them. Because if they had a piece of land, they would have chicken and some food, they couldn't control them. Now, they have to ban a man from carrying a piece of wood and a piece of copper. With it, he has the freedom of space. This is the beauty of the knowledge. This is the beauty of the science of understanding. We force governments not to be governments and one nation to become part of it. We don't.
So again, as you can hear, the GaNs and the nano copper wire, this is still matter state gravitational magnetical positioning that he was teaching at that time. He had to start this way with the craft, because if he started with the soul teaching, he said they would have hung him in the church. So he started with this, but then at some point this was canceled and he started moving into teaching in the dimension of the energies rather than the matter state craft.
We need world leaders. We need leaders who understand the world, the truth, the real condition which is there upon us. The change has come. Nobody can stop. No one can stop it anymore. It's over. It's checkmate for all world leaders, for humanity, and it's such a checkmate that they could not imagine landed on their lap. If you're worried what's going to happen, somebody make a mistake, what about somebody deliberately not to make a mistake and land and bring and stop any military flight to bomb the others and justify it? Why don't we look at the positive side? There'll be no more war because whatever you have, I have more. I have equal. Do we have to have space agencies, or we have one space agency which support us, give us all the facilities that every nation, every person, every man on this planet can go anywhere they like? The biggest problem we have created is we have made the man free. We have set the man free. And now we teach you in every aspect. It's the completion. But the other side is how you communicate with the universal community, how you interact, how you feed, how you protect yourself, how you travel with them across the universe. Don't forget they've been travelers of the universe for billions of years according to man. We have a lot to learn, but they don't become our prophets and gods. They become brothers who show us new dimension. They've been there. It's like when you go to a city and your brother was there, he takes you to show you this beautiful part of the building and the best restaurant there, and where is the best sandwich and where is the best view. The universal community will give us that pleasure to show us the beauty of the universe. And then what's the use of what I said, fighting for a piece of land which was nothing? I heard something very ridiculous once from Dr. Kostova. She said, oh, Earth is a high commodity property, that's why you lot come here to take. If I show you the beauty of the universe, who wants the dust of the earth? Not much on it. The universe is beautiful, and once we accept the condition of peace, then you will see the universe. The only path you need is to become peaceful. It will be accidents, we've seen it, we lost trillions of people in the space due to, as we say, weather conditions, hurricanes. But in the space it's in different shape or form. But we know in the path of universal belief, we believe in one thing. The existence of that accident was for our fields, our souls, to be given or spread across the universe to become the seed for another life. Is rejoiced, is not shamed, is not sorrowed. Man, because he sees, he puts the body and goes nowhere, he has never understood that he freed the soul of the man. In the universal community, the belief is different. As the life, as the field of the universe never diminishes and is what we call everywhere, then your soul become part of another, which could be higher than you. It's rejoicing, it counts. Not being worried about it that you lost. We'll have accidents. We see accidents every day across the universe. Some of them horrendous, but there is not much can be done.
And again, this is maybe why he canceled this matter state craft, even though it's still in a way on the table. He said we've lost trillions, but he said they don't look at it as a loss. They actually celebrate it because those energies become part of the energies of the bigger existence, let's say. But I think we're trying to preserve life, and of course your soul is a star in the cosmos of the universe, and that star as our star has done, will create life and new children that come out of that soul of that sun. We'll continue this for a few more minutes.
Condition which is created. We have it on Earth. We have hurricanes, we have earthquakes, we have volcanic eruptions. The same is but in fields or matter states in different part of the universe. There is no exception. Don't be afraid of damages. Be afraid of the joys and freedom it brings. There's always a collateral damage. Always. It doesn't matter. Even in the universe, we haven't managed to control it because it doesn't need control. It means there's a need for a new condition.
We have a couple of questions, Mr. Keshe, that kind of ties in with what you're saying as well. Justin asked, will there be an implementation of immediate open file sharing throughout the blueprint? Can we find a way to speed up the information sharing for this purpose?
It will be as it is. Open teachings.
Mm-hmm.
There is no other way we can do it. Most of what you need as a blueprint is released in the patterns.
I was going to say that I had a look at the patents in the plasma reactor group last night, and just in the first paragraph alone of the patent, it pretty much sums up the whole concept of the energy and gravitational reactor.
Would you like to read it?
Sure, I could do that. Just give me a minute to find that again here.
The thing is, the whole knowledge is set in my patterns. The knowledge of freedom of man in a space and beyond in a space is in the patterns. It's just not that you have a knowledge, you look at it to say you see it with a new light. Have you found it?
No, it'll just take me a minute here. I put that away because I didn't think I'd have to show that today. So just give me a minute here.
The principle behind all our teaching is the freedom of sharing knowledge. You'll be amazed how after next week so much researches will be obsolete. Many weapon technologies will be obsolete. We force peace through knowledge, and now we do it openly. We don't negotiate. We dictate peace through knowledge. Because you have to negotiate when you have somebody who is opposition. With this technology, there is no opposition, so we dictate peace through delivery of technology. It's there'll be a mindset of change for many world leaders. A lot will fight to keep the status quo, but they'll find out their own people are doing it. So there is no status quo. We dismantle leadership, the wrong leadership, from inside itself. World leaders will decide how to spread the knowledge, but the knowledge is already spread. We have made one condition and one condition only. Technology in exchange for peace, and sharing of the technology equal amongst all humanity. Who can fight it? Unless you have a clandestine activities and aim. In a way, if you look at it, all what I call illegal activities like Illuminatis, controlling the finances of the world, mafia structure, work, this all becomes irrelevant because the new money will make them obsolete. Their finances has no meaning, and the people who have everything don't yield to pressure. You will see resistance, but especially Masons will be vanished in no time. Because the stock shares what they thought will be nothing. As we saw, if you go back, some of you might notice something. The day we announced the opening of the Keshe Foundation coins 2-3 weeks ago, just watch how much got wiped out of the stock exchange. I was told 60 odd billion, and they started inquiry on the Saturday of that week, Friday of that week, after we launched on Thursday the coin, because they realized now there is a financial value behind a coin. It's the first time we secure our coin with financial means, which is the financial incomes of the Keshe Foundation worldwide operation. Science has become the backer of the currency, not thieving. Imaginary digging of what? People's life, losing theirs, and we see the change. It's a solid base made on the effort of those who want to participate. Just go and check the day. I was told, I was with our guy, he said, you know, the thing has been crushed, it's disappeared, but they don't understand the things we do in the background. You saw the war peace between what we saw with South Korea and North Korea and US and now with China. Just go back and listen to the last two teachings of 2017. You see how much knowledge and information was released that opened the hand of those who was creating the war. I dismantled it. Just listen. Just go on the Christmas teaching and the New Year's teaching and listen to what I directly went for North Korean condition, because we could see a point of conflict, very heavy, and look what happened in the first week of January. Because we took the backbone of those who are trying to create war out of them because they thought nobody knows. We dismantled it. The Keshe Foundation is very powerful in security and structure of security. The information we released was so precise that it shook governments. How come there was a war, they're going to launch this and that? Just go, just spend 2 minutes and go and listen to the Christmas and the New Year teachings and how we deliberately targeted North Korea, and we explained what was going on, and see that the hand was open. Everybody knew what's happening suddenly, and they took those, they were instigators out, and we see what happened. Sharing of the Olympics, accepting of a meeting of the world leaders with North Korea. Situation has changed because instigators are not there. We are extremely powerful as Keshe Foundation. None of you understand. Just go and just listen to the Christmas and New Year's knowledge seekers sections to do with Korea and with Israel, and then you understand how suddenly the situation changed. My wish is my command, and very soon a lot of you understand. There was nothing before that day, and a week, 14 days later, change came. And I said, my wish takes 14 days to come. Go and take the extract out of what we disclosed in December with North Korea, with involvement of other nations and how it was going on. Government listened to the Keshe Foundation teachings very, very closely. And they knew the hand is open. They could not finance war anymore. It's not coincidental. How many coincidences you want to see? Have you found it?
Yes, I can read that description now, Mr. Keshe. Let me see here. Let's go back to the top. There we go.
Oh, by the way, these are my rights. You cannot share it. I demand you to be wiped out. Isn't it true? This is what they do nowadays. You publish my papers. This is my copyright.
Well, this is from your patent application, so it's been
Exactly.
published already. Sorry. But
Okay, so that's the part I wanted to get to about these patents, how it's already been in public, and Mr. Keshe seemed to open up this idea about a fake scientist in a way, maybe not fake, but somebody who's in this position of being a guru and actually advising or interacting with some of the defense companies, the defense contractors, and the Department of Defense. Now, I found this interview that was sent to me, and this is the gentleman, Salvatore Payas, and this will be a short interview with David Wilcox here. Let's just back it up. And it's 6 minutes, and then we'll hear Mr. Keshe sort of unravel this gentleman in a way.
Salvatore Payas. And is it possible that this man is the greatest inventor in human history? Well, let's dive into this. This is the only picture of Salvatore Payas that I've ever been able to find, and it appears that he's clearly got his hands on 2 fighter jets. They look like maybe F-16s or F-18s, something like that. Maybe they're even F-14s. I'm not exactly sure. But when we zoom in up close, you don't even really get a whole lot of detail on his face, as you can see there. Why am I bringing this guy up? Because in one fell swoop, he patented this. What you're seeing here is called a HAWC. That stands for HAUC, Hybrid Air Underwater Craft. That's right. They're saying in these patents that were filed and publicized this year by the U.S. Navy that they have a craft that generates anti-gravity. And they're saying that this craft flies equally well through the water and the air and space. A hybrid air underwater craft, or HAWC. And when you look at this illustration, you can clearly see that it appears to be a flying triangle. Now, he goes into a lot of detail in the patent about how this works, and it is essentially a 2-hull design. There is an inner hull, and then there's an air cavity, and then there's an outer hull. Within that air cavity, they say there is argon gas, and that suggests very strongly that this craft is using technology from Kenneth Shoulders, something that Pete Peterson talked to me about at great length. Kenneth Shoulders described charge clusters, or EVOs, exotic vacuum objects, very tiny areas of force that have an unusually large amount of energy, much higher than is supposed to be possible within such a small space. These charge clusters can repel gravity, and they also have enormous amounts of energy, and they are formed by directing a high-intensity electrostatic charge down a needle to a tip of a point. And if you do that within an argon gas, then what you end up getting is a much higher likelihood for these charge clusters to form. So within this 2-hull ship design, you have that hollow cavity where you can form your charge clusters, and then you simply direct where they need to go. So this is an operational anti-gravity machine, and it obviously is very similar looking to what we've heard about with the infamous TR-3B flying black triangle, or other code names for it that you might have heard, like Black Manta, this kind of thing. The idea here is we're not talking theoretical speculation anymore. We're talking about an actual patent filed by Salvatore Payas with the U.S. Navy. And as we're going to see here, the story gets very interesting. On August 2nd, 2019, the Chief Technology Officer for the United States Navy, Dr. James Sheehy, confirmed that the HAWC is an operable device. Now, that is a very important distinction. This is Dr. James Sheehy. Let's read now about how this came into being. This is a link from The Drive, which is a military publication, and it says, in these patent documents, the inventor Salvatore Payas, Naval Air Warfare Center Aircraft Division's patent attorney Mark O. Glutt, I bet you that was a fun name to have in high school, and the U.S. Naval Aviation Enterprises Chief Technology Officer Dr. James Sheehy all assert that these inventions are not only enabled, but operable. Now again, The Drive is a respectable mainstream media publication that dives deep into issues from the military that the regular media might not cover, but this is definitely a reputable, accredited media entity for news coming from the military. And they're saying right here that this is an operable technology. That is a very important distinction. Let's keep reading. To help me understand, this is the author of the article, what that term may mean in these contexts, I reached out to Peter Malinek, a patent attorney, and I looked him up. There's several guys with that name, so we're not going to use a picture because I don't know who it is, which one of them. Anyway, Malinek informed me that the terms operable or operability are not common in patent applications, but that there is little doubt that the use of the term is meant to assert to the U.S. Patent Office that these inventions actually work. Now that is phenomenal, because what we're seeing here is that the Navy has certified that what they've already patented is an operable device. And if you read these articles, they make it very clear that their principal concern is that they not be swept out from under by other countries like China, because if China were to patent this type of technology first, then the United States military would have to be paying China every time they use it. So there's an incentive. So, wait a minute, David, let's just stop. You're talking really fast, man. Just slow down. Give it to me straight. I'm going to give it to you straight. The Navy has anti-gravity. It looks like the TR-3B, and it frickin' works. They've said, they've certified in writing with the Patent Office, this is an operable technology. It is not theoretical. They already have anti-gravity. And what does that mean? That means the thing can fly underwater, it can fly through space, and if it can fly through space, then they very likely have already done this for a long time. They have bases on the moon, they have bases on Mars, and they have bases on other planets and satellites in our solar system. And that's exactly what insiders like Pete Peterson told me, and what you're going to hear him say in what now unfortunately is his deathbed interview, the last time I ever got to speak to him.
Okay, so that was a quick overview in so many ways. Let me just stop that. And now I think we should go to the workshop, and we'll go up to about, I think it's 2 hours and 32 minutes. And Mr. Keshe will explain a little bit more of how he sees this scientist and the Navy and so on. Let me just move it in the right position here. Okay, we'll start at 2:32 of this workshop.
With advancing weapon technology grade is reducing production and closing centrifuge. It doesn't make sense, does it? And IEA has accepted, Americans accepted it, that we have access to technologies beyond what the Americans have, and the Americans have come to some agreement with us.
Now, he's just talking here about the interaction between Israel and Iran and the advanced technology that Iran possesses and so on and so forth. But we'll continue on as he gets into this scientist. And as Mr. Keshe said, they're really talking to the wrong guy. He cannot make these craft. Doesn't carry the knowledge that's needed to do it, and in that shape and form as well.
That technology in exchange for peace, and we see it. And you will see it. Let me explain to you something very clearly. I'm going to share with you something that is going to shock you, but it shouldn't shock you. Let me see.
As a knowledge seeker, no, nothing.
No, just wait. Just
I see the latest headline that has been sent to me a couple of hours ago is that Israel is aborting their plan to carry out retaliatory strike against Iran. Netanyahu has decided not to proceed following a discussion with Joe Biden. So maybe that's what they were discussing.
They're still going to do a bit tactic, because he has to do something, otherwise he has to step down.
He'll lose face.
They lose face. But let me just go through something. I don't have it. I have to switch. Just wait 1 second. I want to show you something which will shock you as knowledge.
Mr. Keshe, you have the whole day.
Oh,
Take your time.
just be patient. Just be patient. I'm going to show you something very interesting. Because we follow things you don't follow, we understand things which you don't understand. Just wait. Now I'm going to share something with you which is going to shock you. And we can show this now because you understand how negotiations are done. I'm going to show you something first, step by step. And then I'm going to tell you why the Americans are what I call on the battlefield. You will understand. And I think the Americans will be shocked in what is going to come up. And it's the pattern we saw with British. Let's all have a bit of fun. You all know what this is.
Yeah.
This is a UFO, a star formation, which nobody knew, nobody talked about it, but now heavily promoted by Americans. Americans in 2020 have submitted a patent describing the star formation, which is taught by Keshe Foundation in 2014. They have found the bogeyman in this name, Dr. Salvatore Cesar Pais. This gentleman has taken the Keshe Foundation patent and in America has submitted it as American patent. In 2016, after the patent was released. And now he's moved to the Ministry of Defense. And for the first time in 2020, American government, for the first time ever, has submitted patent, open patent on this Keshe Foundation, the star formation. He's stealing technology. And this guy, because he doesn't have the knowledge we have, now Americans are negotiating to get access because this is Keshe Foundation technology, uranium science. Now you understand. Go on the internet, find this guy, and you see from 2016, this guy has become guru of what they call the fake name in American structure of scientists. Now moved to Ministry of Defense, the Defense Ministry, or what they call it. And for the first time, because they submit a patent, which is a public knowledge, we already taught it. They cannot hide it. That's why they put it in open. And they, building such a craft is impossible. They don't have the knowledge. And this gives you how much this guy is fake. Because you cannot make a star formation triangular. Laws of physics, unless you have another combination. I can make you, with the knowledge we have, a zigzag reactor, what you call a flying system. I can make you a pencil. I can make you an arrow shape. Build reactors and have a substantial physical body. This shows this is fake. And now he started, this gentleman in American military, trying to make plasma because he hasn't understood the cold plasma the way we do it, and now the Chinese will crack it, how to make the system work. He's still working on the tokamak plan because he couldn't understand. And his first time we saw this guy is in 2016. When we opened the patent publicly, he took it and he went to the American. I found something American fell for it, the same as they fell for, what do you call it? The German, what do you call it? Murder machine, Van der Brand. Now you understand what Americans, what we call looking the backside of Iran, and why Israel is sold out. This, they're after this. And even the American scientists in defense technology, they said this guy talks, none of things he says make sense because he doesn't carry the essence. It's the same as Stephen Hawking going to Dublin, talking about the black hole after I released the paper, and everyone says talking nonsense, it doesn't make any sense. So now you understand where we sit and where this matter sits. So now Americans They know Keshe Foundation has come to an agreement with the Chinese. And they're trying to get access to this by blood or by selling Israel out. And Israel has been sold for technology. Now you understand where the game is played and why we sit in the seat of control. And why the Americans need this to be done. So actually, I can show you something about this guy, which is breeds a lot of faith, because he never understood. He immediately in 2016, when we opened the patent, if you remember, within a week he gave his idea, that is his idea, to the American Lockheed Martin and the rest, and they followed it. And for the first time, American Defense Ministry, as you call it, has opened the secret patent submission open, because it won't be approved. It's already a star formation has been released by Keshe Foundation. You knowledge secret tested in 2014 in public teaching. How can the American Defense submit such application? And so you come to understand this is the reactor the guy is pushing them to build. And funny enough, this guy went even a step further. He created a similar reactor than what we saw a Keshe Foundation reactor in public teachings. This
we lost the image there, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, there's another one coming
Thank you.
up.
Okay.
This is the very similar you see as Keshe Foundation original reactor. So Americans are after this technology. Now you know what we know and what is played in the background. You understand?
Yes, Mr. Khan.
But in essence, they have no knowledge. We gave the Rolls Royce, but the key is in our pocket. You can enjoy looking at it, but you can't drive it.
You give them the hell.
Now you understand. Go and see what American government as a top secret. It's impossible for such a structure submit an open patent, because it doesn't need to be open. It's Keshe Foundation technology. American tried to bring it into a patent, but the patent offices, if they check internet, they see this star formation, which they shown in this thing, belongs to Keshe Foundation. And then there's more. We keep quiet. We keep, as they say, our mouth shut, and we laugh at the behavior, childish behavior of the, what you call, the children. And you will see more and more how they try to bring this, to push this as this guy is a fake guy. It's the same as, what do you call it, Stephen Hawking. And the American and Lockheed Martin haven't realized he pulled a fast one on them. And the pictures and things I show you is in public domain. You don't need to go anywhere, that you can all check on it. We got another fake bogey, but he doesn't know what to do, and you see the things they're trying to do. And now, you know, American government is talking to the wrong people, even inside the Iranian government.
They cannot beat your price, Mr. Khan.
No, belongs to the knowledge seekers. It's the tool for peace.
Exactly.
What it is, the Americans have sold the Israelis. That's when I tell you they're there to collect them when they start running. Oh, this is what was planned. We do. We can brag as much as they like about it, but if 7 nations had to get together, go one nation which is wrong against the rest, to stop 300, which is less than 3% of the total what it is. Actually, we got rid of the most rubbish things in our arsenal. We wanted to get rid of it. There was a need for a space to open up, be cleaned up. The first series of these rockets were tested, not the latest. We gave it thing place on plate in the air. And that's why America says it won't take part in defending Israel if Israel attack. Let them play. I gave the warning, and the American understood, and the rest understood. If these 300, if the British, Italian, French, Israelis, Americans, and Jordanians, rockets, missiles, navies, all wouldn't be running at the same time, these 300 missiles would have annihilated Israel. What I told you would have been the Israelis way on the run. But we gave a warning, we gave a push. They listened to us last time, they didn't hit us anywhere. This time we did, we didn't hit the Americans. Now we are brothers, we just understand each other. But Israel will pay for it heavily. Because once the situation is sorted out, second Palestinian state approves within the United Nations, which is going to be done sooner or later, Israel has to pay war damages to the Palestinian nation, has to rebuild the whole nation free, which means Americans have to pay. The discussion is much deeper. I don't want to go into it, but you will see this. And as I said, the technology in exchange for peace, we see the sign of it today. I've shown you how that peace achieved. We had to do what it had to be done. We get rid of some of the rubbish rockets, things were there, the first generation. You make a lot of mistake in it, so it's gone. We don't need to defend. We already defended. With technology, understanding, and peaceful way to do it. The whole launching of these games last week wasn't to play, was to show that we can, we do, and we showed the honor and dignity and promise we kept to the Americans. Go on the internet. 2 days before the attack, Israeli, the American cabinet, security cabinet, met to go through the detail of the attack, how it's going to be defended, which way they're coming, and what it is. We don't have enough. If it was just on Americans, they didn't have enough to defend Tel Aviv. They had to bring the British, they had to bring the Italian, they had to ask Jordan to open his aerospace. Most of the rockets which were intercepted were Jordan. The Islamic nation betraying, and they will, in long run, see the result of their work. Without Jordan opening the aerospace and allowing rockets to be fired from his anti-missiles from his ground, half of the missile would have been inside. But it's all the arrangement which was made and done. But it was the wrong way for Jordan to open the door that way. There should have come a different way of agreement arrangement somewhere else. But in a way, we are a state of peace. We set up. We got to see what this crazy guy does. He has to create another position of attack. He has to. The day he stops, he'll be taken back to the thing. There's a beautiful picture on the internet if you can find it. When he was deposed as a prime minister and he went through Tel Aviv airport, he was treated deliberately by the staff of the Israeli airport in Tel Aviv as an ordinary man. And he was so angry. I am the expert. Said, take your jacket off, take your shoes off, and actually stripped him to get him through the security. They were so pissed off with this guy. They actually asked him, they stripped him with his wife. There are pictures of it. You're no different. You used to be prime minister. We don't like you, but you're an ordinary man. And he actually had to go through like a normal people. And this time they treat him worse because he killed many Israelis. And we'll see.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. All what we are seeking for stopping this bloodshed.
At the moment, we have one crazy man who sits on a seat that nobody knows how to get him up the seat. And the Americans have got, they're hoping with this new situation, they access some new technologies, at the same time, don't take it to the next phase, but this time, instead of British taking all the loot, Americans are taking all the loot, which is technology and peace and a lot of other things with it. Anyway, thank you very much, Jalal.
Yes, thank you, Jalal. As Mr. Keshe said, you trigger and I respond. Well, that was a mixed question. First, he opened up about this fake scientist in a way, doesn't carry the knowledge to really fully develop it. As he said, we can look at the Rolls Royce, but the key is in our pocket. This is one of the reasons why they're keeping the way to use this or to build some of these systems close within the Keshe Foundation so it doesn't get abused. And I'm glad Mr. Keshe opened this up. I have never heard of this scientist. I know other knowledge seekers are aware and have been following the developments, but as they say down south in the United States, the hunters say when they have a dog and it's not performing, they say this dog won't hunt. And we've heard that expression from politicians and others. So they have a scientist who somehow worked his way into the inner or upper sanctums in a way of the military defense. But as Mr. Keshe said, they're even talking to the Iranian government. The Defense Department is actually talking to the wrong guy. So hopefully they get the message, and they've been hoodwinked in so many ways, but the Keshe Foundation is carrying the pure knowledge and the pure understanding. But again, it's in exchange to pledging your nation to peace. And this is why I think he's kept this understanding very close to the, even though it's released in the patents, as he said, the scientists, as we explained in Italy and other places, the Chinese scientists with the CH4 are baffled of how it's done, but they confirm it has been done. So if you want the real deal, as they say, you need to contact Mr. Keshe at the Keshe Foundation, and I'm sure he'll be more than happy to work with you and build sort of these type of crafts. Even though they may exist now or people have seen them flying, I think there may be more to it, or they're using a different type of propulsion system. I don't know all the details of it, but I'm glad Mr. Keshe opened up another book for the defense people. And this understanding of this craft is not fully in the hands of the scientists that they have esteemed to put a patent or actually taken a patent from someone else and used it as their own. And that's what he was saying about Stephen Hawking's and the subject of black holes, who was a space scientist. And as soon as Mr. Keshe, I think Stephen Hawking's had said nothing leaves the black hole. And as soon as Mr. Keshe put his paper or submitted his paper to the British Astronomical Society, the scientist Stephen Hawking's read it and then actually changed his understanding of what happens with the black hole. So I think it's the same with this Salvatore gentleman. And for whatever reason, I don't know if he was put there or fully has any knowledge or built any reactors. I haven't seen anything like it, but apparently he's in some groups on the internet and other places where you can share his understanding. Bernard actually said he interviewed him, but what he was saying didn't seem to make sense, almost talking in circles. And perhaps he's a very good car salesman or something along that line, where you can convince people that you have what they're looking for. But according to Mr. Keshe, this is still within the hand of the Keshe Foundation, although the Iranian government does have certain crafts, as he said in the clip we heard from 2018, we're flying over your country on a daily basis, but you don't have the ability to detect us. So this is the technology the Defense Department is looking for, but I think the caveat is in exchange for peace. So hopefully they'll come around and realize this technology is for peaceful purposes only and not to be used in a way for killing and destruction of others. Even though we did see some of this technology or older aspects of this technology just demonstrated, I think we can move past that. So thank you, Jalal, for that question. Very nice. There was a front part of that for about 10 minutes where Mr. Keshe said the message has been sent about the Iranians possessing some of this technology. And we know in 2011 that the Iranians captured one of the most advanced drones, putting a plasma field around it and landing it intact. So it's definitely been in the public domain. And I think last year or the year before, the Iranian government admitted, as Mr. Keshe had always said, that they have been using the Keshe plasma technology, which in a way was gifted to them. I'm sure they did some development to land the drone intact. So this is the advancement in this technology, again, in exchange for peace. So that is the caveat, but I don't think they're going to get too far with this scientist in the full understanding of this technology in the matter state. Okay, we should go to the Dome of Peace now. I did want to play another clip, but we're sort of running short on time. We want to give everybody an opportunity to come in. But very interesting that Mr. Keshe opened this whole topic up, and they're really heading down the wrong road. So hopefully they change courses, even within the structure of the Iranian government, that they work with the actual creator or developer of this technology. As he said, he knows every brick, every piece of mortar, exactly the way it goes forward and backwards. So we encourage them to contact the right sources if they're interested in this advanced space technology. So now we're going to create the Dome of Peace, which first we want to bring up the invitation, or we can wait on that. But the Brazilian team also has a method of meeting and bringing the change, working through their intentions, working through their souls, working through their energies, and you can join them Wednesdays at 6 p.m. CET or CEST for a meeting. It's that they call that the elevation of the entire humanity. It started out with the International Atomic Energy Agency, and it has expanded, and that group is really set to do this work. They also have the daily intention at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. CEST. We're on CEST now. So you can click on one of these links and join this meeting with your physicality if you should so desire, any of these meetings. Of course, Sunday at 12 this is the first part of the Dome of Peace, where we release the plasma water, or what some people call the GANS water, which is the water that's located above the GANS material. And if you're not sure how to do that, to make it, you can go on the Keshe Wiki and find out. But this is a process that happens on Sundays at 12 and 6 p.m., whatever you choose. And you can release a small amount or a large amount of GANS water, so either in your sink or spray it in the environment, put it in a fountain, a river, or stream. The GANS material looks to seek balance and bring peace. It seems to understand, and okay, there's somebody here in the waiting room. I'm not sure who that is joining us. Maybe we can get a clarification. But this is the first part of the Dome of Peace. And it's something for the physicality to do. Again, it's releasing the GANS waters to give energy and balance to the environment and to the soul of this planet. So let's listen to Stefania for a moment. And this is the first step of the Dome of Peace.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Stefania. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for bringing this understanding of releasing the energies to elevate the environment as well as the soul of this planet. Now we can take it to the next step, which is using our souls to create the difference. And of course, the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET or CEST. You'll have to calculate the exact time for you, for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So this is a meeting that is not in Zoom or Telegram or any YouTube channels, but this is where consciously or unconsciously you make that decision that every day at this time you'll join with the others, and collectively we're much stronger. And we're learning to give and to receive. When you nourish others and when you give to others, you actually get nourished yourself. So this is the understanding of the giving and receiving. So you're all welcome to join us if it's your wish to see peace. This path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, we'll create that position of change. And in a few minutes, we'll practice that for 5 minutes. So feel free. And again, you all have unique energies or within you, and the combination of those energies make us stronger. You may have the actual field that unlocks a soul to move the physicality in a certain direction towards peace. So again, we think of rolling up our sleeves and getting our hands dirty to bring a change. Mr. Keshe is saying we can work through the dimension of our energies to bring the change. And this is the way the change happens more or less in the universe, is working through our energies. So let's hear the second part of the Dome of Peace by Shweta. I think this is here, and we'll continue. And then we'll take a 5 minutes of silence.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Thank you, Shweta, for reading that. And this is the exact process that goes on in the meetings that we talked about. This is a non-dimensional meeting, shall we call it, and the one with the Brazilian team is in the matter state where you can join. Again, if you prefer to be in a physical meeting and you have the time and you're not working collectively on Sundays for spreading the Gans waters, or collectively on Wednesdays, or as it says here, daily intention. So they're not only meeting on Wednesdays at 6 p.m., but they have a daily intention session, and you can find them on any of these links, as I understand it, that you see at the bottom of the page. So feel free to join them if that's your preference, or feel free to join the daily intention of the UC. As Mr. Keshe said, we're all UC, so the knowledge language communities are just working together in a way. Their energies are connecting with other energies. Our energies are connecting with their energies, and together we will bring the peace. Lisbeth, you have your mic open. I'm sorry I muted you earlier.
Yes.
Would you like to make a comment, please?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the time, all souls unified with the peace, because we are the soul of the peace. It's important, give freely the soul, because not important what time, many people need it, many people got it. And thank you for that. And that moment is very, very important. Elevate the soul, all leaders involved with the wars, because need to elevate the soul and then elevate the message for change the behavior in base to the creator, to the mitra, to the universe. Think, speak, and doing good for achieve the peace. Thank you so much because all time the souls, the Keshe family unified with the universal community for find the peace on the air. Thank you so much.
Right, and this in a way is a test for humanity. Thank you, Lisbeth. To bring the change ourselves, apparently the universal community could do it in a matter of minutes or seconds, but Mr. Keshe informed us that if they do it, then it's magic. We'll never keep it. In 1 or 2 generations, as we mentioned earlier, we'll go right back to the same process without the soul being elevated. So in this process, not only are you giving, but you're becoming nourished at the same time. You're not so much praying for the man or the woman, you're actually elevating the soul of that person to then, once it's satisfied, it will bring a change in the physicality. And this is the way we're working through the plasma dimension. We all, because we're so physical, we think we have to get in our car and join a protest and hold a placard or write letters or make phone calls and the rest of this. Now we have a direct connection through our souls, through this mother connection, which is the soul of the creator, I believe. And this is the connection we can use and easily reach any world leader, any religious leader, just with our energies. That, again, it's not a day job, but this is something we need to continue to reinforce. And of course, it's teaching us to operate on this universal condition in so many ways of giving and taking. So we're not only using it here, but we'll also be using this understanding of the energies, as we heard in this workshop, of surviving or being able to exist in space with just the fields. So there's more than one step in a way in this process. There's more than meets the eye, let's say, in just changing something here. We're learning to practice the giving and the taking. So let's take 5 minutes of silence and collectively join together with our energies and bring the change to the world leaders, to the religious leaders, to the International Atomic Energy. And in all of these processes, we become more elevated, is my understanding. When you nourish, you get nourished. When you give, we've often heard this, you receive. And it's not so much to receive, it's to receive and then elevate your soul even more so you can give more. And as we've heard in here, don't just do it once a time, do it all the time. And this is the process even the Universal Council is learning to operate in this dimension because it's so foreign to us. We're just so physical that we think we need a craft in the universe or something else. But now we're taking it to the next level of understanding these cosmic rays, cosmic fields, and you're a huge field generator. So let's take 5 minutes and engage in this process in a peaceful, calm manner. And this is the way the change is brought. Thank you. And thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And this is exactly what goes on when you join the Universal Council meeting or you join the Brazilian team meeting every day or just on Wednesdays or whenever you see you'd like to do that. We're using our energies to bring the change. And this is what we have to learn. Even the Universal Council is learning how to operate in this manner. So we thank you all. And again, the beauty of this whole process is nobody fails this test. This is what was told to us, and this is what we understand, that we all have the unique fields, and combining them together will bring the change much faster. But don't be faint of heart. This is not a day job. It's not putting the cake in the oven and 30 minutes or 40 minutes later it comes out and is all ready. This is something we have to learn and spread this understanding of the work on the energy level. So thank you all for listening. And now I think the part of the program we've all been waiting for is when Alex comes in and shares more or less a new understanding. And of course, we learn from each other, and we're thankful Alex is here to deliver this week in and week out understanding of the Keshe plasma technology. And of course, this understanding continues infinitum because the knowledge never ends. Even the creator is still learning about his own creation. So that should make you humble enough to realize there's much more than of the knowledge than what we're seeing. Alex, if you're ready to go and you're ready to come in to play the disclaimer and carry on, we thank you for your presence, and everyone from every different nation here, and perhaps even some most likely from the universal community that are in a way next to us or overseeing this meeting in so many ways, and are quite pleased that people are picking up this flower of peace. As Lisbeth said, we are the souls of peace. Thank you very much. Alex, please take over.
And thank you very much, Mark. Thanks for bringing us here. And let's see if we can. We have a new session here. Let's see if I can get this working.
And I was wondering who came in. That was Syed. So thank you for joining us from Pakistan, I believe. And perhaps you'll address his question after your teaching, Alex. And thank you for identifying yourself, Syed.
Okay, they've changed it again.
You're having fun with the whiteboard or something else?
Well, you know, I mean, everything worked perfectly last week, trying to do it the same, but
I can play it if you'd like.
How do we get a new share?
Okay, you press on that green button and you just, I think you're sharing already because we see the Keshe American Knowledge Team 2024 on the screen. So you, and let's see in the participants list, yes, you are sharing the screen.
Okay, so let's do it this way.
No rush. We're very patient.
When things are working.
There we see the disclaimer coming up.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. We have to go through this, and then we will get to the session today. So I hope everyone is going to enjoy the proceedings today. Here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting here on another beautiful Sunday afternoon. And as we've all seen, it's been quite the ride today already, and we have lots of things to cover. So let's delve into it. As we know, we're in the post-Sanya conference time. It was a watershed event for all of us. And so we mention this as a date stamp to understand that we are on the other side of the watershed and things are moving ahead at an extraordinarily fast rate. And it's hard to keep up, isn't it? But let's try, because as teachers, as knowledge seekers, as students, all of the above, that's what we're doing here, because this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing basic transition, and we're talking about the potentiation of hydrogen. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is April 21st, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So welcome everybody. As I say, this is a continuation of an ongoing series that's been going now for 4 years. And it's to try and condense all the thousands of hours of teaching that has been going on with the Knowledge Seekers workshops, plus all the other different types of events that have been on the foundation, where we started weekly and now we're on a daily basis, and which we're moving very, very quickly along. And today we're going to discuss the potentiation of hydrogen. And the reason for that is because it's quite an essential thing. There's been a lot of discussion about energy and obviously hydrogen and how things work out. So the problem is we're on this hesitancy highway, and we're trying to get on another highway. And this highway that we're on is the lowest energy state, and it just seems that life is just passing by. And life is hard enough, but we try and get up on the horse because then it's a little bit easier. But we have gaps and pitfalls that we can fall into. So we have to exercise caution because things can get very nostalgic. So we're looking at the future, but we're looking at the future today, because today is the beginning of the future. And this is outlined in the books of Maranteva Keshe, book number 1, which is the universal order of creation and the universal order of matter, and two come together in the universal order of the creation of matter. So book number 2, of course, is the structure of the light. And this is important to really understand. And of course, book number 3, the origin of the universe. And many of us go through life not understanding where we came from. And if we don't know where we came from, how do we know where we're going? Well, I don't have those answers. We're trying to figure it out. And so we have begun transmutation preparation sessions. And to date stamp this, We have been putting together a series of 6 sessions, one every month, beginning in January. We're now in April, and April 26th will be the 4th such session. And you're all welcome to attend and learn about the new science on a first-hand basis. But what we are trying to do is to release the technology in exchange for peace. And there's a methodology on how we can do this so that it is effective. What we're looking in is for an enduring solution, not a temporary ceasefire or something like that. This is a permanent solution for one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And so every Tuesday we get together, and this week was the 322nd such gathering hosted by Rick Crammond. What we're doing is searching for outer space. And the reason we're searching for outer space is because we've never been into outer space. We've been into some space and in between space and space beyond the Earth space. But, you know, when we're looking for outer space, we have to get on that plasma highway to that pie in the sky and beyond. And what we've been is settling for the lowest common denominator, that little tiny little red dot in the bottom right-hand corner we call part of our pie. And we look at the rest of the universe and we say, my God, you know, we have settled for so little. And then, you know, here we are, and how do we get there? And that's a problem for us. But the light seems to do it. And we know that the speed of light is the fastest light, and it travels at the speed of light. And so that seems to highlight the plasma highway, or does it? Because we're not there. We'd like to be there. We just came off the transmission highway. That's the lowest energy state. And we're now embarking on the transition highway, which is kind of that in-between state. And there's some very important characteristics of this in-between state, kind of unique from the other 2 states, if you will. So we're looking at this universe embodiment range from where we are now. What we can see is the rest of the universe, and we're trying to figure out where we are. So we have some things that we have to really answer questions about. So the one question is the speed of light the fastest transmission? We make that claim, but is that true? And then obviously, because the universe is so large, and to go at that speed, that means we must get bigger as well as we go faster. But we have discovered in the transmission series that these are not true. So please check your bags in, because we're going on the next level. And so we're still trying to get this pie in the sky, this universal embodiment, and let's create a new pie chart and see what's going on. So is the speed of light constant? That's a question. And is the universe 70% hydrogen, as they say? Is that true? And do you know where you are? Do you know where you are all the time? And is there a map? So we have lots of questions. So when we look at the MAGRAPH pie chart, when we see, well, wait a moment, if we only have 70% of the universe, what's happened here? Where's the rest of it? Did someone eat that pie? Oh, that was us. We ate that piece of the pie. Well, and that's all we got. We got that small portion. Is that all we have? Is just that small pie? Well, what we're concerned with is this gravitational confirmation. And so somehow the energy has come together with the coming together of the energy from the sun and the energy from the earth, and it's created this convergence point, and we have created hydrogen. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is the potentiation of hydrogen. And hydrogen, we know, has a fingerprint. We call it the spectrum. And because it's come here, it is come gravitationally. Well, actually, that's not correct. It has come magnetically. It has arrived to a gravitational position, and that gravitational position is our Earth space, the same way we arrived, the same way that we were born. Because when we're looking at the principal matter, it's an energy pack. It's an energy parceling unit, and it comes and somehow is delivered magnetically and then converts gravitationally. And so where does it come? And what direction does it come from? And so we see that it comes from all different directions. Here we only see two directions. So when we look at this principle of energy and then how it interacts, we find that the sun has to have its own interaction, the earth has to have its own interaction, and then the sun and the earth has to have a likewise interaction with each other. And this interaction is a two-way street. So we now have the basic principles of energy in motion and interaction. So whether we're coming or going, it depends on whether we're diverging or converging. And so we're all familiar with the infinity loop. The funny thing about the infinity loop, if we apply the magnetical gravitational principles, we find that actually one loop is smaller than the other. And then what is the loop looping around? So if we add a maggrav core in the one, then that makes kind of sense. But what about the other one? It too has to have a core. So there's two cores. But if they converge at the center, well, there has to be another core, an eddy core. And so here we have the basic infinity loop. And as a result, this is how we have created hydrogen. But there's another gravitational conformation which we have to take into account, and that's the oxygen spectrum. And it too has arrived here magnetically and has manifested gravitationally. But oxygen and hydrogen have two different spectrums, two different fingerprints. They are two different energies. And since both are here, we have the gravitational conformation. But what is the difference between oxygen and hydrogen, and why is that important? So if we see that the basic energy pack is a hydrogen, and the oxygen on the periodic table of elements is listed as number 8, it's just convenient to call it oxygen, because actually what it is 8 hydrogens that come together as a collective gravitational conformation. And for convenience sake, we call it oxygen. And so we see that there's a relationship that we can find between two of these hydrogens that come in at a right angle being a 90-degree angle. And the reason I point that out is because if we add 2 more hydrogens, in order to fit them into this picture, we find that these 2 hydrogens have to come in at an angle that is greater than 90 degrees. So it is now water. So what happened? We started with hydrogen, then we ended up with oxygen, and now we have water. And why is this significant? Well, because water is the universal solvent. It would not be possible to have life on this planet without water. And then conversely, it would not be possible to have water without, well, hydrogen and oxygen. And so we understand that the hydrogen, we say, is 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen, because that's the lowest common denominator that we can come up with, but it's not very accurate, because when we look at the hydrogen, because it is weaker, then we consider that magnetical, and because the oxygen is more dense, we consider that gravitational. But interestingly enough, the maggrav, that is the structure of the H2O, is round. Well, how can it be round? It certainly doesn't look uniform. It doesn't look symmetric. It seems to be kind of out of whack, but it's round. And it's a bundle of energy. Okay, so it's a round bundle of energy. But the unique characteristic of water, of course, is that it can exchange energy. And how that happens, since the hydrogen is energy, it acts like an electron. And so when we have water that is changing its nature, literally there's an electron that gets sheared off, just like you shear the wool off a sheep. It just gets brushed off and it goes somewhere. And because it goes and contains energy, it has a positive energy. So if it has a positive energy, then what's left behind is the hydroxyl, which now is missing a hydrogen. But it's still kind of a watery substance. It's still trying to remember its name, but it is now negatively charged. And as such, it is now looking for a home. And so this is the principle of energy always in motion. So because the energy is positive, so when we look at the motion, we apply a charge to it. And that's what it means, negative and positive energy. And the negative gives and the positive takes. In the process of giving and taking, energy then therefore can be flowing or binding. And we discussed many principles related to this, but the key point is to understand that the energy is positive. So when we're talking about the creation of the universe, we have to understand that it exists from energy. So therefore, this energy being positive has to come here. So therefore, there has to have a motion. And if it's coming here, then it has to come by some kind of vehicle. And so the structure of the light is one of those vehicles. And since it's coming, that means it comes from somewhere. And since it's here, in order to maintain and allow for more energy to come, it has to combine with something else. So energy is always coming and always going. And most of us are just preoccupied with energy at the lowest energy level. So what we discovered when we made the cups of life is that we could take the lowest energy forms, which we understand as the physicality, and through the exchange of energy with our core space, which is a reflection of our inner space and our emotional strength, then we find that we can create GATs. And as such, what has happened is that we started with something, but we ended up with a different kind of GANS radiance manifestation that didn't look like what we started with. And so we question, where did that come from? And what did we get? Well, we got carbon dioxide GANs, calcium GANs, zinc GANs, copper GANs, water GANs, amino acid GANs, and last week we introduced gold GANs. And so all of this is possible because when we look at the periodic table of elements, each one of these has a gravitational conformation. And so what we've been talking about so far is the gravitational conformation of hydrogen and the gravitational conformation of oxygen. But when we look at the GANs, we find that there's other elements. And so the range of our knowledge has to expand to include those things as well. And here we are just dealing with this basic energy transition. So we are trying to understand from a terminology standpoint, what do we have to contend with? So in the previous classes, we talked about the X, Y, and Z axis that reflected rotation, polarity, and field strength. And these are all things that have to do with energy in motion. And energy in motion was defined as transmission, transition, or transmutation. But in order to create a dimension, we found that we have to have three aspects of that dimension, the X, Y, and Z axis. And so if we had to create a transmission dimension, it had to have these three axes. And so now we're looking at this transition dimension of the x-axis transmission, and we find, well, we have a problem here because we have an x-axis transition dimension and we have an x-axis transmission dimension. Well, how can we have two things? So we seem to be a little bit confused. And confusion is going to be the order of the day because fundamentally we're talking about two forces coming together. So as we see, when they come together, they form two dimensions, and we'll say it's the x-axis and the y-axis dimension. But there's a rule, and that rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Well, what constitutes the higher strength and what constitutes the weaker strength? And we're going to have a little bit of confusion with that again today as well. So when these two come together, if there is no resolution, then there will be a point of conflict. And one of the best ways to deal with that point of conflict, as we've seen, is we have to have a point of containment. So that that energy comes together in that conflict, it has to be contained somehow. And one of the best ways to contain that is to create a field of containment. So converting this point of conflict to a point of containment by deflecting the energies, but still keeping them together. And so that becomes part of energy binding. And energy binding is very important. It's a very important self-serving function. And so we've been able to get that with the energy packs that are coming. So why are we stealing energy from others who are equally dependent on that energy as energy packs? So why don't we just carry on taking the energy that comes to us as energy packs and be satisfied with that? But it seems to be that there are other factors that come into play. So we prefer to lie, cheat, steal from others. In other words, fulfilling our energy binding needs at the expense of others. So what happens to their energy binding self-serving needs? So they have to derive energy from somewhere. Excuse me. I'm sorry about the noise in the back. Just give me a second, please.
I don't think we heard any noise in the back, Alex.
Okay, well, it's very loud here, so I'm glad to hear that. I will just carry on then, and let's work this out here. So when we look at the field capture of this energy as it comes together, we find that really, in order to facilitate the transmission, we have to go through some kind of transition, because otherwise things are just not going to roll along or move along. So in order to facilitate the coming together of the y-axis dimension with the x-axis dimension, we have to take into account this third dimension, the z-axis dimension. And so all of these constituted the transmission that we've discussed, but now we're talking about the x-axis transition, the x-axis transition. And so we say the transition is perpendicular to the ground. And we already know that the y-axis transmission is perpendicular to the ground. So again, we have some confusion that's coming in here. And I promise to clear this all up. So when we look at the planes by axis, let's understand that the x-axis is operating on the x-plane and it's facilitating rotation. And the y-axis is operating on the polar plane, and the rotation is around the axis. And the combination of the two, not just as a circle, but as a sphere, is the z-axis, which is the whole field. Okay, so those are the rules of the game. We just have to determine what the game is. And so if we look at Saturn's rings, we find that there is a game of the sphere as I just described. But there's a new game, and these are these visible rings. So these visible rings are part of the x-axis rotation. But there's something different about each of these rings. And not only that, but there's this visible shadow in the rings. And there's another visible shadow that is between the rings and Saturn itself. So the body of the planet is different, but there are gaps. Well, that's on the x-axis transmission. But what happens with Jupiter's rings, and when we look at the rings from the side view, and we see that we have a different kind of x-axis transition, right? So we have a flat main ring, a halo ring, and what they call a gossamer ring, and these are all part of the x-axis transmission. Wow. So let's look at our cell structure and see how we deal with these three levels. Because when we look at the layers of our skin, we find that we have gravitational stability. And so the skin is on the outside, but we know that there's also an inside. So therefore, the skin itself is some kind of transition. Well, how is that formed? Well, it's formed the same way that our cells are formed. Our cells are formed from amino acids. And so the amino acids all come together and they create these phospholipids. And these phospholipids have heads. And these heads happen to be hydrophilic, which means they are liking water. And then they have tails, which are hydrophobic, which means it doesn't like water. And this becomes very important because we're talking about the potentiation of hydrogen. So clearly, because of this feature, oil and water don't mix. And then we go to the next step, which we create fatty acids from this. And so what we see is with the structure of the fatty acid, that one side is carboxyl delta end, which is water soluble, and the other side is a methyl omega end, which is oil soluble. And the oil soluble side is anaerobic. So the water soluble side is aerobic, which is a reference to oxygen. And so I think having oxygen is kind of important when you're dealing with water. And so we see that the absence of oxygen is kind of okay when you're dealing with oil. And when you look at the structure, you see the carbon at the core, but you see all these hydrogens that are lined up. Now, an interesting thing happens with these hydrogens, of course, is that they're in balance. The hydrogen row in the top balances off the hydrogen row at the bottom. And so really, when you have this kind of balance, then nothing much is happening. But along the x-axis, we see that at the left-hand side, we have 2 oxygens, a hydrogen, and a carbon. Whereas on the right-hand side, we only have the hydrogen. So clearly, we have a difference in density. So that becomes asymmetric. But what happens along the middle there, the transition? So we have to look at some kind of hydrogen positioning. And so there's a shift. And so with this shift, we see that there's something in between. That is to say that the hydrogen is just shifted off a little bit slightly and is in between the positions, whereas the hydrogen on the bottom row is right on the positions. Okay. And then we find that as organic beings, and we are giving and taking energy, so we have to understand that somehow the energy is coming in and the energy is going out, but the energy that's coming in is balanced off by the receiver, and the energy going out is balanced off by the transmitter. And so which way is up and which way is down as far as the cells are concerned? The only people who seem to be concerned about that is us as humanity walking on this planet, because we certainly want to walk with our feet on the ground because it's kind of awkward to walk on the ceiling. But the whole purpose of this is to understand that there are sequence orders, and these are dictated by the attraction of the gravitational feedback and the repulsion of the magnetical feeding. And so we, as the last man standing, have choices, and to use these to be able to turn on and turn off the feeding, to increase or decrease the strength, to enhance or diminish the positioning. And to understand what this means, we look at the pH scale. And the pH scale, as we said, goes from 0 to 14. And actually, it goes from 1 to 14. 1 is the lowest pH. But what we notice is that on the lower end, we might have something like hydrochloric acid. On the top end, we have something like sodium hydroxide. The key point here is that the pH scale shows that 7 is neutral, and below 7 is increasing its acidity, and above 7 it's increasing its alkalinity. And so we look at some of the common elements, or not the common elements, the common products that we have in our life, and we find that different products have different pHs. And so we can see how they're positioned on the pH scale and how they make a difference. One of the products that we're very familiar with, of course, is sodium hydroxide, which we use in the creation in our cups of life. And if you placed a probe in the solution of sodium hydroxide, the pH would be as 14, which is maximum on this scale. And it indicates that sodium hydroxide is a base. A base is any substance that has a pH higher than 7 and will produce hydroxide ions upon the addition to an aqueous solution, water-based solution, right? So a hydroxyl. So we find that sodium hydroxide, which we call caustic soda, is highly alkaline. Now, on the other end of the scale is oxalic acid, and it has a different characteristic. It's called a polyprotic acid with a variable pH range. So that range is anywhere from 1.25 to the highest pH for the oxalic acid is 4.14. So polyprotic acid is a substance capable of donating more than one proton. A diproduct and triproduct are specific types of polyprotic acids capable of donating 2 and 3 protons, respectively. This is an important point, and we will be discussing that in later classes. What is important about oxalic acid is this is the pH of the acid in your stomach, which facilitates the digestion of food. And so at 1.25, it is below hydrochloric acid, which is at 2.4, and some popular soda drinks, which are also at 2.4, which we know you don't want to pour on the paint on your car because it will rip the paint off. And yet it's a popular drink. Very acidic, but the oxalic acid is even more acidic, and that is in our stomach. Well, how is it possible that our stomach can withstand that and we don't get hurt? And then another popular product which we reference is CH4. And since acids contain more than one acidic hydrogen, which we refer to as a polyprotic acid, something like H2SO4 is a diprotic acid, whereas all the other acids in the options are protic acids. CH4 is not an acid since it cannot produce or donate a proton. Well, it doesn't have an oxygen, does it? So let's understand better magnetical and gravitational relationships. So we say the gravitational has to do with the Earth space, and the magnetical is moving towards beyond Earth space into that inner space, in between space. And as the higher we go, the more magnetical it is. And as the lower we go, the more gravitational it is. And so there is a characteristic that is reflected in the gravitational energy state, and that's called density. So we talked about the stairway to heaven, and that was kind of confusing because we found that the stairway to heaven, in our own opinion, is up, right? So when you say stairway to heaven, the implication is that it's a stairway up to heaven. But as we found that heaven is on earth, so really it's a stairway down to heaven, isn't it? Because that's why we were born. That's why we came here. And so we find that when we become gravitational, we become more stable and complex. And when we become magnetical, we become more unstable and more simple. And so whether we are becoming magnetical or gravitational is what we refer to as susceptibility. And so we go through this stairway step by step. And, you know, what we find is that the magnetical has a low frequency and the gravitational has a high frequency. So high frequency in music would be a high note, and a low frequency in music would be a low note. But wait a second. If we're going up in terms of magnetical, which is going towards a higher energy state, because the plasmatic rule is that the higher energy feeds the lower energy. So, okay, the gravitational is feeding the magnetical, except that somehow, some way, something is feeding the gravitational. So why do we say that if we are feeding to a higher energy state, we're calling it gravitational? Why are we not calling it magnetical? So let's understand frequency. So when we look at the speed of light and we see the rainbow, we find that on the inside of the rainbow is the violet, and on the outside of the rainbow is the red. So the violet is on the gravitational side of the rainbow. And we find that the gravitational side of the rainbow has a higher frequency. So therefore, that is coming towards the center of the earth, isn't it? The closer we get to the center of the earth, the higher the frequency. And so the speed of light, which we found was the fastest speed, we also see that the speed of light is constant. Well, how can we have different colors if the speed of light is constant? So what has to change? The distance. And that means the frequency. Why does it mean that? Well, let's review the color orbitals. If the blue light travels a smaller orbital, more gravitational, if you will, then the path is shorter. And if the red light is traveling to an orbital of a higher diameter, then it has farther to go. So if the red, green, and blue lights are traveling at the same speed, then the difference in color must be attributed to the distance of travel. And since the distance of travel travels through a rotating field, then clearly the blue light travels a shorter distance and the red light travels a longer distance. So the blue light has a higher frequency because it can go around much faster than the red light. So this is how we get the aspect that the blue light is gravitational. So the higher energy is gravitational. So when we look at the potentiation of hydrogen and we see, well, wait a minute, the higher pH, okay, well, we agreed that it was gravitational and that means it's more stable and complex. But the lower pH is magnetical, more unstable, more simple. So the potentiation of hydrogen comes in steps. And each point on the scale from 1 to 14 is one step. But these steps are changing by order of magnitude. So what we're looking at is the pH density, aren't we? Because as it becomes more gravitational, it's more dense because gravity seeks density. And if we add an acid and an alkaline together, it always totals 14. So this is the basis that if you have something that is alkaline and you add more acid to it, then you lower the pH. But if you add more alkaline to it, then you raise the pH. And as we said, the acid is oily and the alkaline is wet. And we know that oxygen is more dense than hydrogen. So therefore, when we're seeing the pH density, we're talking about the potentiation of hydrogen density. And so when we go down the pH scale, there is less hydrogen. But since this pH scale deals with water, then if there's less hydrogen, then there's less oxygen as well. Because you can't have water without the two come together. Water is the combination of hydrogen and oxygen. So if we're releasing hydrogen, we're definitely releasing oxygen. So it's not called a PO scale, it's called a pH scale. So we just have to understand that that's what happens. And so if we are to split up the hydrogen and the oxygen, the result is still going to total 14. So there is a science of people who work in a bar. And they make drinks in a bar, alcoholic beverages. And one of them is a shooter. It's a shot, it's a small serving of spirits. And it's usually, 1 US fluid ounce or 30 milliliters. And it's typically consumed quickly, right, in one gulp. But it is served as a shooter. And when you look at the shooter, it has 3 different types of alcohol in it, for instance. And you can see, excuse me, you can see the transition layers. Excuse me. And the top layer is magnetical, and the bottom layer is gravitational. That makes the middle layer transitional. And so there's a relationship, excuse me. One is less dense and the one is more dense. Sorry. There are other 2 points that I'd like you to notice. One is that all of the liquid in the one density is separate from all of the liquid in the other. And there is no gap in between. They're nestled up next to each other. So I wonder what happens when you put that in your stomach. Well, good thing we have the oxalic acid because it's going to break everything down, isn't it? So let's look at the potentiation of hydrogen and we see, okay, if we have 7 energy packs of an oxygen-hydrogen marriage as an infinity loop, 7 is neutral. So it's neither acidic, neither alkaline. So the combination of the two is 7. But it's 7 plus 7. You have to remember that because it's a combination. So the neutral pH at 7, we're only looking at half the picture. If we look at the splitting of water as if there was a zipper holding the two together, and we start to pull down that zipper. So we have pH of 6 as the hydrogen and the pH of 8 as the oxygen. That wouldn't make sense. And if you add the pH together, 6 and 8 is 14. So if we carry on with the zipper and we look at 9 and 5, 9 and 5 is 14. So we have made a potentiation transition from neutrality at 7 to a lower pH at 6 and 8, and to a still lower pH at 9 and 5. And if we keep taking that zipper down, we can go down another level. And so we see how, as we progress from the neutral, we have these different potentiation layers. And so this is important to understand because many people say, well, water is just water, which has got to be one of the world's worst and most stupidest observations. Because clearly, if water is just water, then how come the pH could be different? And how come one part of that water can be a pH of 4, and the other part of that water could be a pH of 10, and the combination of the two, you will get neutral at 7. But the pH total of 4 and 10 is 14, and that's the scale. The scale is 14. And that water at a pH of 4 is anaerobic, and the water at a pH of 10 is aerobic. And so this splitting is the splitting of the water, as we said, with the energy pack and the sharing of the hydrogen ion, and the energy is positive, so it's H plus. And what is left is the hydroxyl, which is the OH minus. And it's minus because it's lost one of the hydrogens as a plus. And this is just a temporary transition because the energy is constantly in motion. So this type of hypothetical splitting between the H plus and the OH minus is a very temporary thing because there's always a balance between this magnetical and gravitational side. So what we're saying is the alkaline side is gravitational, therefore it's more dense. And of course, oxygen is more dense than hydrogen, so that works out. And magnetical is less dense, so hydrogen is less dense than hydroxyl, so that makes sense. So water is not just water, but regardless of what the pH of the water is, it still is water. So there are different characteristics of the water. And that is very important because when we look at the hydrogen ion and we see that it is an acid and not a base, and this is where the confusion comes in, because it's kind of counterintuitive, isn't it? Because it only has a proton, but acidity is defined by the ability of a molecule or ion to donate a proton. And since the H plus already consists solely of a proton, it can't donate another one. And therefore it can't act as a base. So in other words, if you're giving a part of yourself, then there's an energy transaction. Hydrogen cannot give a part of itself. It has to give itself totally. And so we find that the hydrogen ion has this characteristic where it has a pH of around 7.38. And we find that its concentration in blood, which is more dense than water, and it has a pH of 7.4. So if we look at the relationship between the hydrogen ion and the hydroxyl, the OH negative, we find in the scientific notation that as we go through the pH scale, the hydrogen ion goes from 1 to the times 10 to the power. And since it's smaller, it ends up at the pH of 14 being 1 times 10 to the minus 14. And the OH minus at 14 is 1 times 10 to the power. And once it gets down to the pH of 0, it's 1 times 10 to the minus 14. The exact opposite of the H plus. So if we look at it another way, and we see that pure water is neutral, we find that the H plus is 10 to the minus 7th, and the OH minus is, it's also 10 to the minus 7th. And so this is where we see that if you add the column on the left with the column on the right, it always comes out to 14. That's the potentiation of hydrogen. And as a result, it's also the potentiation of oxygen. But if we look at the scale this way, and so we see that it's a sliding scale one way for the H plus and a sliding scale the other way for the OH minus. And if we were to apply that to the stairway, we find an anomaly, you see, because from 4 to 5, that is a pH change of 1. But 1 in a pH scale is an order of magnitude, which means 10 times. So on the lower pH, it's magnetical, has a lower frequency, therefore it has a lower density. So that's the H plus. And on the right-hand side, we have the OH minus. So that's gravitational, has a higher frequency, higher density. And as we go through the stairway, we go up step by step. So between 4 and 5, we have increments as well. So let's remember, this is a two-way transmission, right? We talked about 2 dimensions, 2-way streets, 2 directions, 2 sizes, H plus, OH minus, definitely 2 sizes, 2 variables. They're both variable based on pH. And we can bring more factors in, whether it's water or blood or some other aqueous solution. And so this is all part of the two-way transmission. And that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the transition of transmission. So let's resolve this anomaly because we have a little problem here. If we get to the end of the stairway, and if we say that as we go on the alkaline side, that the energy level is higher. So clearly at the bottom of the stairway, it's lower. And at the top of the stairway, it's higher. That's how we said that the bottom of the stairway was gravitational. So the higher energy is gravitational. However, when you get to the top of the stairway, suddenly you drop down. There's a gap, and you fall through that gap. And it becomes highly gravitational, isn't it? Because now you're becoming more dense. And then you balance out at the bottom of the next staircase. But what is the difference? The difference is that you have left the staircase of the lower pH and you have gotten to the staircase of the higher pH. And you say, well, wait a second. I have gone from a lower, which was higher, to a higher, which was lower. So what we're finding here is that we have to differentiate between this higher x-axis transmission level and understand that it has gaps. And that gap is the gap between the staircases. And if we don't understand how this works, then we're going to go down to the lower x-axis transmission, which is kind of neutral. And so when we graph this and we see, okay, in between the 2 pHs, we can go up the staircase, but when we get to the end of the staircase, we're going to have to get off that one and go to the other one, and it kind of looks the same. It operates the same, but it is not the same. It isn't water, is just water. Water at the pH of 5 is not the same as the water at the pH of 6. It makes a difference. Who cares? Well, the DNA transcription cares. Because when the DNA transcription is working in what we call a slightly alkaline healthy state at 7.46, we find that as we migrate towards an acidic what we consider an unhealthy state, the DNA seems to stretch. And the limit of the stretching is around 7.3 or 7.2, still slightly alkaline, but it's anaerobic, completely anaerobic. It is dead. This is the DNA transcription transition. So we find the difference between the RNA feeding and the mRNA feedback. The RNA feeding comes from an energy pack, and the mRNA feedback comes from the physicality. And the matter-gen state, which is the combination of the feeding state and the feedback state, varies with the pH. And the pH is the potentiation of hydrogen, which is the energy pack that we all need for our energy binding. So we have to understand this new dimension. It's this new transmission dimension. So we have these magnetical plateaus, but in between these plateaus, we have these gravitational gaps, and they come to a lower energy state. And many consider these are pitfalls, are faults, failings, and weaknesses. And we have to issue a notice of danger because there's always this potential nostalgia. I guess that would be PN. Show me, warm and fuzzy. Oh, there's the QD. Okay. So when we look at advanced technologies, we kind of reminisce over things back in the 70s. We were doing California Dreaming. We had electric vehicles and UFOs, and John Lennon was singing Imagine, Give Peace a Chance. Well, here we are. 50 years later, we have a new transmission spectrum. So we understand that there's a surface superficiality and there's an internal substance, and the two are different. They are the transition of transmission spectrums, spectrum to spectrum, the physicality spectrum to the plasma substrate spectrum. And wherever you are is that point of containment. And that point of containment may be within the range of the electromagnetic spectrum of the visible light, or it may be one step beyond. Which way? Well, I don't know. That all depends on how we communicate. And communication requires an antenna. So these transmission orbitals that we decide whether it's towards the magnetical or whether it's towards the gravitational, whether it's towards the red or whether towards the violet. So this antenna is not a map. What we have to understand is that there's a release of binding energy, and it has to precede the retrieval of beneficial energy. So the field release has to precede the field capture. The giving has to precede the taking, and the emission has to precede the absorption. Motion itself cannot exist without coexistence, because motion is a product of existence. So motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. That's the plasma dominant tuning, which precedes the physical dominant tuning. And so we have different dimensional orbitals, and it's not man-space centric. It's not even Earth space centric. It could be sun space centric, but the thing is, it's definitely dimension centric, and it depends on the proximity and the nature of that dimension. And each dimension centric has to have 3 dimensions, 3 transmission dimensions. There's the question of what is the message and how is that message contained? And in which transmission dimension orbital are we referring to? So when we look at the feedback summary and we see the sound, the light, the heat, the pressure, the luster, the superficiality, and the laminar containment, all this is part of the x-axis transmission dimension transition. And we are physically dominant. So we are looking at this we are looking at the crosshairs of the reality dimension between dematerialization and materialization, between the magnetical and the gravitational fields, between the transparency point and the manifestation point, between the earth space and the outer space, beyond some space. There are various dimensions and various matter states. The physical is gravitational. The plasmatic is magnetical. And unfortunately, our society and the way we've been educated is feedback dominant. And so we have to now understand as knowledge seekers that we are part of the message feeding manifestation. We are also part of the message feedback manifestation, but we have the capability of transmission tuning. And in that process, we can do a transition tuning as well. So hello, Earth to superpowers. Come in, please. We're doing the research on the new plasma science. And so the top minds in the world are welcome to join the research teams for the purposes of bringing peace on this planet and establishing freedom and emancipation for humanity, because now we're in the post-March 15th era of 2024, where we can have choices how to get that graceful space of our inner space, balance off between the transmutation space and that bountiful space we call our heaven on earth space. And for 534 weeks in a row, the Knowledge Seeker workshops have been trying to bring together this greater oneness, transcending the limitations of nuclear science. We've been doing this for over 10 years. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. We are ready to eclipse the old ways with the new plasma science. And we need to have a world peace treaty. We need to sign it sincerely, with our heart, with our soul, with our pen, and with good intentions, because we wonder, is man the reactor of a three-dimensional universe, or can we find heaven through the field transition? Does man have to go out of his mind to go into outer space? Or are we mining the orbitals of the three dimensions of truth as we flounder in the nostalgic old paradigm? Yes, the message transition has many pitfalls in various physical transmission dimensions. And this is why the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of the lesson. I hope you enjoyed today's session.
I think we enjoyed today's session, although it was a bit convoluted for me, as always, it seems. But let's open up the floor to ask any questions you'd like to ask of Alex. I know there were a couple already set in there, but I mean, in relation to the teaching, does this acid and alkaline, I know we can make something more magnetical or more gravitational by using an alkaline or an acid, but does that apply to the fields as well? Are fields base or acidic in and of themselves? I know we could do things to the ganses to make them more gravitational or more magnetical. but does this apply to the fields themselves?
So I think you answered that question actually in the preliminary videos. So it is a very good question, and let's answer it one more time, because if you become angry, I think you would notice that your heart would be pumping faster.
Yeah.
If you are cold, you would find that you are possibly shaking, so to generate more heat. If you are calm, you will be at rest, and the frequency will be a lot lower. So which way is it? Is it magnetical or is it gravitational? But if the magnetical and gravitational is considered on the transmission axis, then it likewise has to be considered on the transition axis as well, because there's a giving and taking. So if the magnetical is giving, then the gravitational is taking. And if the gravitational is taking, then it must be also giving. Both. And it will do that on both the transition axis and the transmission axis. So if we are going to a higher energy level, first of all, there has to be a balance between the magnetical gravitational relationship. And once we're on that higher level, in order to facilitate a transmission on that higher level, we have to have a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so we have to understand that on a lower transmission level, it's a two-way street. On a higher transmission level, it's a two-way street. On the transition between the two transmission levels is a two-way street. Oh, if you didn't have that, there wouldn't be any balance. But if that balance was perfectly symmetrical, then you wouldn't have any exchange of energy. And then if you don't have any exchange of energy, well, then you don't exist. How's that for an answer?
So. In other words, if I see a field in the universe, am I going to say that's too acidic, or am I going to judge it on its strength? Am I going to say that's too alkaline for me? Our fields have this nature of acid and alkalinity within them. Let's say the cosmic rays or cosmic fields. Would I be judging them or on their acidity or their base, or would I be judging them on their strength? What do we think?
So their strength is determined by the containment of energy, you see. So if there is more containment of energy, then automatically it would be alkaline. So when we look at our existence on Earth and we find that range, for instance, that range would be, say, between a pH of 6 and 8, and the ideal for us on this Earth is 7. But within our body, then the healthy blood serum pH range is also between 6, well, actually the range is much narrower, excuse me, but the ideal pH range would be 7.46, so slightly alkaline. So why is that important? Is because we on this planet are aerobic. That means we have to have the oxygen. So as we get more acidic, we have less oxygen. Without that oxygen, which is highly magnetic in its physical form, we would not have any gravitational energy to be born here. And we would not have any gravitational energy to manifest in the physicality. So then natural selection of whether it's acidic or alkaline is determined by what we need for our existence. And we don't have the capability within our physicality to determine that, because we have over 70 trillion cells in our body, and each and every one of them has the same question. So we find that the energy pack itself is hydrogen. And if we want to exist, coexist, if we want to create, or if we want to diminish, deplete the energy, then it's a giving and taking of the hydrogen. And we do that not physically, but we do that through our intention. And our intention is the inertia field between the soul of the man and the soul of the body. So the manifestation of the physicality comes from the inertia field of the blending of those two fields. So we can alter our physical manifestation by altering how much energy we receive, can't we? And so now what we found with the advanced science is that we're deficient in that energy. And as a result, we have to lie, cheat, and steal and kill others to acquire that energy, which is actually an inalienable right as an existence in this universe. So we have a special gift of being able to manifest physically, but we also have this gift of being able to be part of the universal community. So what we have to do is to amalgamate those two forces together and come to this ideal balance where we can have a uniform giving and taking of energy, following the rules of giving the higher energy to the lower energy. So our point of view then becomes, are we at the top of the staircase of the lower energy, or are we at the bottom of the staircase of the higher energy? And so when we say which is higher and which is lower, we have more things to consider than just where we are in the staircase, because now we have to determine which staircase. And this is very good because it allows us to be selective. It allows us to make choices. It allows us to be ourselves and be unique. So none of us is born at the same time. None of us has traveled through the universe the same path. So none of us has acquired the identical energy. And this is what makes us unique. But all of us have a common denominator, and that has to do with the energy of the earth space. And so we have been drawn to that. And we are drawn to that through these energy packs and the signature of our essence. And the signature of our essence coincides with the signature of the creator. Because before we can go somewhere, that has to exist. So before we came here, the earth had to exist. And obviously, we had to have a creator. So either the creator comes to this planet, or it sends the energy to this planet. And since we were energy in motion before we got here, there has to be a welcoming. There has to be an attraction force. And it has to be safe. We're not going to go into the danger area if we recognize it in time. So we have to be more skillful to say, wait a minute, the higher energy field exchanges energy faster than the lower energy state. So if I have to wait for my physical interpretation, I am going to be waiting for yesterday's news. So if I want yesterday's news, I have to get it faster.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Let's see if anyone else would like to join the conversation, ask a question, bring a comment in about what you just heard. I see a Universal Council member here from Italy. While we're waiting for a question, I know your group is growing quite nicely, Stefania. How are you managing that? If you're able to talk, I know sometimes you can't talk, and that's okay too.
Hello?
Yes. Hello, Stefania.
Yeah, sorry, I have to change place.
I
I couldn't talk where I was.
Your
So
language community is growing, as I understand it. You said
Yeah.
hundreds of people have started to.
1,000. 1,000.
What is the reason for this? What has caused such a large influx of people?
They interview from Eleonora because she got 40,000 follower. 40,000 follower in her YouTube channel, and as soon she's made these 2 interview, we had like 1,000 people in 6 days join the chat. It went really up. So we suddenly have because we have not many people active in the Italian group, where maybe must be like 10, and suddenly we were very busy. So we had to still now we're very busy. So we have a high request on public teaching, face to face. So the few knowledge seeker, I think we got like 3 or 4 knowledge seeker who already were doing public teaching around Italy to share the technology, the knowledge. Now suddenly they want workshop everywhere in Italy. So we got not enough teachers. So definitely is good to study, because maybe it will happen to you. So it's good to, I think I'm not good in teaching, but I think I have to now force myself to go really deep. That's why also I'm here tonight, because I'm trying to, we cannot copy and paste. So we really need to understand deeply, and then we can teach. So I have to do much more study. I don't feel confident enough to teach. And so in Italy we got big people, lots of people. So then we have other people that we now try to organize the chat. So luckily because of this flow of newcomers, we suddenly have 2-3 more translators. So we have one lady, she's actually English, but she living in Italy for more than 40 years. And she's now helping with the translation, so it's good. Then we have other doctor. They used, a lot of people from the past have seen the interview of Eleonora Fani with Mr. Keshe. And so we got doctor from the past to join the foundation. So this is good. And one doctor also start to help with the translations. This is very good. So we have a lot of people who wants to learn, but they're all new. So we sharing all the teaching that we did with Alex, all your teaching that we translate. We sharing them with the new people. So thank you so much, Alex, for your teaching you did it in the past and you do it now. People love them. So luckily we had a team. If you remember, people from the past, they translated. Now we make like a library. We copy the Spanish group on this one. We saw they have a Spanish library, and so we copy them. We did a Italian library where people can find teaching from the Brazilian community, because the Brazilian community have a very beautiful website, very simple, a lot of picture. So we copy, we share in this library stuff from the Brazilian website. Then Claudia and Mary, they're doing a fantastic job on the Universal Council Plasma Connection. So that one we translating that too in Italian. We put it in the library. Thanks to Claudia, that she's really, really super efficient, giving material. Lisbeth, also Raphael, we take stuff from you guys, from Alex. So we try to collect from Australia, the plasma science. We get that translated too. So we try to translate as much as material as we can to make it easier for people who are new. And we now organize workshop to make it easier for them, because with the testimonial, you remember Mark in Germany, the guy from Germany, he said there are 20 people meeting up every month and they're learning a lot by meeting face to face. So this went down very well for the Italian community. So now everyone wants to meet up face to face. So that's good.
Beautiful.
But we're missing a public teaching like your one in Zoom. In the past I did a few, but I just don't feel I'm good enough to teach yet. So so at the moment the teacher we got, they're busy to organize the workshop face to face. We got one teacher now and then. Filippo share some videos, but so we're now working on what we're working at the moment. It's try to make a good structure so people don't get lost, because with Telegram chat we found it's very difficult because it's vertical chat, so people have to always scroll up and down to find information. So it's very difficult for who is new. So we tend to post each time the same messages. So we try to maybe organize like in the Telegram you can have a fixed post, but we're gonna have a meeting with the Keshe Foundation to see, to make sure that we're doing everything under the guidance of the ethics. We now remind people we forgot about the peace treaty, so now we're reminding people with the peace treaty need to be signed, because we got a lot of new people, so it's important they sign the peace treaty. And what else? Just this.
Amazing that one interview with Mr. Keshe or two interviews with Mr. Keshe could bump up your interest so much. And this is what he said in the past. He said, give me 1 hour a day on television in your country, 1 hour a day for a week, I think he said, and he would change your nation. So you can see how powerful the delivery of Mr. Keshe is. Again, I think he's reaching more than the words. There's something that's happening on the soul level. He's touching people at the soul level, bringing them into create more interest in this. They know it's something that they feel within them, and he has the ability to trigger that soul or the soul of physicality to want to learn more, to catch up with their own soul, even though at this point they may not realize that's what they're doing. But that's an amazing influx, again, from just a simple 1 hour or less interview. I'm not sure how long that was, but Mr. Keshe delivers flawlessly. in these interviews.
What I
Beautiful.
found, the people are ready. For example, this time, because the Italian group break,
It's
build up
gone up,
again,
it's
break.
gone down, it's gone up, it's gone down. It's like a
This must be the
seesaw
third time.
sometimes. Yeah,
It must be
you've told us this, they start to build and they start to build, and then one person is not happy with the other, and there's some infighting, and then there's a dissolving, and then it's going back up again. Well, this time, this is a huge input into the language community of the Italian Keshe Foundation. So
I
please
find
take
people are more ready now. People are more ready. I think, I don't know if because of the pandemic, but people are more ready to take in the plasma technology. I noticed now the people who come now, they're already well knowledgeable and already understand very well. They just need time to, put name into things and put things together, their knowledge with this knowledge, like Mr. Keshe, he said, you add the knowledge. So I found people are ready this time. And I found also people from the past coming back. So hopefully we get again more united. Also, we got more material now. Now we got more testimonial. We got more material, more video. I want to thank everyone who helped me, who helped us in the background, like the TV group, Eddie, everyone, because we got so much material now so it's much easier now to provide people with testimonial. Now I found we got no time for who has a doubt. Like, yes, we happy to have people who are skeptical and they questioning, because it's great to have this, because it's how you learn. So we now have a lot of, we're gonna make a chat just for question and answer, because we got a lot of question and answer, but we got no time for people who just now want to discriminate or talk bad. We just don't have time. But not just us, even the new one. They said, "Look, we're here for learn. Just go away if you're not. If you talk bad, just go." So we got no time for people who maybe, they said they maybe said, how. This looks too fetched, now I found that people are more educated, and somehow they don't have time. They just want to learn. They just want to learn, and they are ready for this, and they go to the next step. I have to say that we're very lucky to have Eleonora and Vincenzo. Both are already done movies. They're already good of editing. They already, for the first time, in Italy, we don't have to speak in English, then translate it in Italian, then speak in Italian, then translate in English. It was too much for everybody. It was too much for Italian person, watch the whole things. It was too much for a person that was not Italian. So to have someone who editing like them, it make it much fluently easy for an English person when we do the English version, and for Italian person when we do the Italian version. So, and it was really funny because Mr. Keshe said to Vincenzo, "Can you?" Because Vincenzo for us has got like a sexy voice, so Mr. Keshe said, "Can you make a sexy voice?" And I think he did. So, he translated well what Mr. Keshe said. So I think it works very well in Italian. So that's why I think we had this success as well. I don't know if you have the same good feedback in having the interview translated in English with no Italian. Maybe even for you is more fluid, I suppose. Did you like the interview?
100%. Yes, I've seen it 3 or 4 times. I was very, very impressed with the interview Mr. Keshe gave. And of course, as I said, just allow him on television for 1 hour a day for a week, and we'll see the nation change. Imagine if your government, I think this is just some more groundwork being laid for the foundation. If the government came on and said, we've announced we've investigated the Keshe science, the Keshe technology, and we're moving in that direction. what an influx of people you would have. So this is what's going to happen, I believe, and maybe the people coming in now are just going to be in a way to support the other 10,000 or more who come in the next period of time. So congratulations and thank you, Eleonora and Vincenzo.
Yeah, they will. I thank them too. They will continue. So if you got any good videos, short videos, or good video like Eddie does, and or all of you do as well, just send it over to us or to me, because we're gonna translate them. We're gonna continue this. I hope that as we go forward, this got a ripple effect in other language group. But I know you're gonna have an interview as well with a guy. In the last teaching, this guy came on the very end. So you have interview planned up as well. I think.
Yeah, I think so. Bernard, I think his name was Bernard. Yes.
So I think slowly we're getting there. But get ready. My suggestion is this to you guys, to be ready with the structure to. Because we find difficult now, a lot of people coming, we have to keep up with them to be able to not let them down. So be ready to accommodate a lot of structure. So people now are coming to your teaching weekly. Really, we need as knowledge seeker, really get deeper now, because very soon they're gonna need a lot of people, will require a lot of teachers.
Yeah.
So we are short of teacher in Italy. So, and you cannot jump. So slowly, my suggestion is to all of you is to slowly get deeper, and be ready that maybe one day you will be asked to teach, because there will be like Alex said, you have, like you said, Alex, that you always need a demand to make the flow, no? And for example, I never felt confident to teach, but now there is a big demand that I have to teach. So I have to learn. Now I go extra push of learning more, no? So this will happen to you as well. So you will we will have a big demand, and then you will feel like you feel like you want to share. You feel like a duty, after all this teaching that we've been receiving from Mr. Keshe. Then you feel like you will feel like you have a duty to then learn and teach. Like, I really envy Alex, for example. Alex, I don't know how you do it, but you're really good.
We're very appreciative of having Alex with us.
Okay. Yeah, we're very lucky. But we're all lucky because we can translate them. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, Stefania, when we were doing the international sessions, the audience was amazing, and it left me with such good, actually warm and fuzzy feeling. And but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it tremendously, and the attention and what do you call it? The consideration that the people had. That they were very respectful, very respectful, and that was very impressive. As a North American, that is a distinct difference. You see that in the Hispanic and the Brazilian community as well, and it's something that's a little bit lacking on the North American side. And the thing is that we had a little bit of a problem there, where some people were wondering about the method that I was using for teaching, and how it was different from what Mr. Keshe was doing. And really, if I'm doing the teaching the way Mr. Keshe is doing, you might as well listen to him, because he is the expert. So every teacher has to teach within their own capabilities. And fortunately for me, I've had a few more capabilities, but you know, the truth is that when I was doing the international teaching with the Italian team, my knowledge was very much taxed out, and I had to stress myself to go beyond that because I don't get a chance to go beyond the basic of the basics. And then this forum allowed me to do that. But then after 4 years of teaching, you know, and it's beyond the knowledge that I was taught, but because I had the basis, I could amalgamate that with the teachings that Mr. Keshe was doing in the Knowledge Seekers workshops, and wherever there was a blank, and if I would look to fill in that blank, well, that was the message that needed to be delivered that week, and so it's progressed. So any new knowledge seekers that you have and who want to become teachers, they have to be able to do it on their own, within their own ability. They have to understand what they're saying, and there's no sense going beyond that because you know the teachers that have been working for the last 4 years have definitely moved ahead. And you really notice that when you talk to someone who has never heard of the Keshe Foundation, and you say, "Oh my God, uh, what is the plasma science?" And you think, "Oh, do I have to go through 6 years of teaching to explain this to you?" And that there has to be a faster way to do it. So yeah, there are words and things like that, but like you said, Stefania, that people are more ready for it. And that readiness comes from the soul level, and that soul level is operating at a higher energy state. So it becomes more efficient. When we started, we were still working on the lowest energy state. And it isn't slower, it is really slow. And it's very it's frustrating sometimes at how slow it is, but like you say, you don't have time for those skeptics. And this is how we all have to move forward. We have to move forward with confidence and understand that when we have gaps in our understanding, fundamental questions like, you know, how we were born and how do we grow, and at one point I was a baby and now I'm an adult, and how did that happen? Those are genuine questions that the majority of us have never answered. No one's answered them for us, and it wasn't common discussion. And one of the inspirations that I got from the Brazilian community, because we tried some of these workshops that you were talking about, and it was really difficult. They roasted me for 4 hours, nonstop questions. And I couldn't take a break or anything, but the questions kept coming because they were hungry for the knowledge. And you'll find that same thing in those workshops. And so when you see the pattern of the questions, you'll see the direction of the teaching that it has to go, because you'll start to see massive gaps in the knowledge. And as you fill those gaps, it becomes easier. The gaps become smaller and smaller, and it's easier to fill as you go along. So it is a progression, and so you have to understand that it is a progression, and it's like a Chinese buffet restaurant. You go there and you have a meal, even though there are 100 meals out on display, and you can't eat all of them. You have to, a little by little. And it's getting easier because we're eating less and less. So The life is getting easier. So thank you very much for your compliments, and thank you very much for all the work that you've been doing. The whole world knows the efforts that you put together, along with all the Universal Council members. It is really important, and we're honored and for your presence here, and honored that you're carrying on the work. Many of us here right now are disqualified from that because of our age, and but we need to be in a position to attract younger people, and we will be definitely going through the same problems that you're going through right now. However, the Brazilian community has laid out a beautiful plan, and I think we all have to lean on each other to help each other. That's how the universe works. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, you're really Mr. And your teaching are a big core for us. You really missed. Everyone loves you, and even the new one, when they see your teaching, they really love them. We have great feedback from your teaching, and yes, I think by helping each other, we're gonna go through it. Yeah, but thank you. I mean, you're all doing a lot. I think all of us
We
doing.
all are holding
We
a
all,
small
yeah.
corner of this very
Yeah.
large carpet. As Mr.
Yeah.
Kesh said,
Yeah,
we're
this is what I
all
think as well.
we're all students and we're
Yeah.
all teachers. He just said you
Exactly.
just explain what you think you understand about this technology. He didn't say you have to be 100% right. He said we don't interfere because we know somewhere down the road you'll understand more. So the idea is we're students and we're teachers both simultaneously. So don't be afraid to share what you think you understand. No one is going to judge you for that. And this is my understanding, that you can share what you think you understand. And as we're finding out, we don't understand a lot, but Mr. Kesh doesn't interfere. He lets us go on, and down the road, we'll understand more. So we all have this ability to teach. We all have the ability to be students. Even the creator is still learning about his own creation.
Yeah, you're right. We have to do our best, and I know that all of us already doing that. All of us, we're doing our best, and we just have to keep going, keep going. Yeah, you're right. I have to make the
Okay.
step to teach. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Stefania, for coming in. I'd like to put this question out for everyone. I know, Alex, you asked the question, why do we take others' energies? My understanding is that we automatically absorb 80% of the energies we need from the universe. The planet has left us 20% short, which keeps us connected to this planet, almost like a mother who didn't want her children to leave the home, in a way. And I thought we'd ask people their understanding. The 20% we're short, as we put the food in our mouth and goes through our intestine, that brings in the balance of the 20% we are short. But your breathing, your skin, your hair is all automatically absorbing energies continuously from the universe. Would anyone like to explain their understanding? The shortness keeps us taking others' energies for a fast pack of energy that we need. And this is my understanding, that we're just 20% short. Some think that the food gives you the whole 100%, but I'm thinking you'd have to be eating day and night for that to bring the full amount of energy you would need to make it through a 24-hour period. So my understanding is you're absorbing automatically 80% from the universe. We're left 20% short, and this is what forces us into this position of taking other lives to sustain our own. Would anyone like to comment on their understanding of this? Alex, you should probably go last, unless I am the last one. Gail, go ahead.
You knew I was going to say, yeah, I'm just going by the last workshop. and also some of Jalal's teaching too, that we actually the food we eat is a magnet for what we need. And that's a magnet to the universal energy. Now, I do hear, it's from our amino acid and all the things that we have on our skin that will help us to bring in energies. But I'm still going by the teaching, and my understanding was that when we eat that food, I would have assumed that the amount of energy in the universe will be a lot more than what we get out of our food here. So I felt that a majority of the energy comes when we eat. And that's why we end up killing the lettuce leaf and killing the animals to eat and so on. And I would like very much to clarify that with Mr. Keshe on the Thursday teachings. I think it's really important to understand how it works. Thanks for that opportunity.
Yes, thank you, Gail.
I know Alex is going to have something to say. Okay, thanks.
Anyone else want to share this understanding of the shortness or the amount of energy that we automatically bring in? So if I was on a fast for 14 days and I didn't have any food or water, I don't know if you could last that long without any water, but does that mean I would not absorb any energies because I haven't eaten anything?
I think that's when your body starts to, or your soul, if you will, or whichever. Yeah, I think your body will start to attract just because it has to. We've relied on our, when we started to have the meat.
The easy way to get the
when
energies,
you
yes.
burn the meat, then that's when we started to change, because a lot of energies came in. And probably if we look at, what we're all trying to understand, maybe that did cause the universe to send more energy because it's a magnet. And we know that in our production of ganses and our plasma waters and so on, and our reactors, that it does cause a magnet to be produced and things are pulled. And where does the things that are pulled come from? They come from the galaxies, the universe, the unicos everywhere, the sun, everything. So to me, it's something I'd love to clarify and find out.
We're full of ganses, right? And so those ganses are giving and taking energy just on their own, I would think.
But
And
how do we
so-
keep?
Go ahead.
Yeah, how do we keep them going, so to speak? Like, does it start off with our childhood and produces it all at once, or things break down and then we produce more? It's quite a long question, I think.
Right,
And
but
I would
these ganses within our body are superconductors, so they're absorbing and discharging energies automatically, just the way the GANS does. And that we make in the matter state, let's say. Of course, ours is in a vacuum and it works a little bit better, I think, than out
But
in the...
what energies is it taking? It's taking from the universe, yes, it is.
I would think so, without putting any food. The food is just the trick or the trap to fill that 20% gap. That's my understanding. Anyone else want to bring up their thoughts on this?
One more thing, I was just
Yep.
going to say, we become dependent on it. It's almost an addiction. And we've forgotten how to pull the energy to us too, I think.
Yes, it seems filling that 20% gap is where the roughness comes in.
Yeah.
And as he said, the planet didn't want to really allow us to leave, so it made it quite easy for us, or left us short, that we would go first to the matter state to get that, or to take energies from other creatures. instead of learning to absorb more from the universe, not only do you, if you're not eating is one thing, but you, on the other end of it, you'd have to learn to absorb more energies from the universe. It's just not stopping eating. There's a process of, or a way to absorb
Fortunately,
more energies.
I think the comment was about the sun, and if we can get out in the sun, then we can get our vitamin D and so on. For me, I can't stay out that long, but I do try to get some.
That's a good example. Yes. The vitamin D is absorbed just going into it. You didn't put any food to absorb it. Your body naturally absorbs it.
As long as you don't burn yourself, but yeah.
The stronger is feeding the weaker. Anyone else want to comment on this before Alex comes in? Don't wait for Alex to give his explanation. Let's hear from someone else.
So we understand that we're all Gansas, and we put off energy fields. So a very good example of the extension of an energy field is if someone makes toast in the kitchen, nobody can smell it. But if you burn the toast in the kitchen, the whole house smells like burnt toast. So what kind of energy field is burnt toast creating versus ordinary toast? Something to do with all the carbon on the toast, maybe?
These are odors. This is a crystal structure formation, as I understand it.
And I have a question for Alex. In all the range of the pH of water and hydrogen, does the bonding angle between the hydrogen and the oxygen change? Because the scientists say the bonding angle is 104.5 degrees. So what happens to that bonding angle when we make plasma water? Is it the same or does it change?
Okay, Alex, now you have two questions. Maybe you'll take us up to the end here with that hydrogen question and also the energies in the body. Where do they come from?
Yes, so you've suitably intimidated me. No, seriously now. The plasma water is at a higher energy state. So in order to do that, it has to have containment of more energy. And in that process, it does not have a crystalline formation because a crystalline formation is in the lowest energy state of physicality. So right off the bat, it becomes a redundant question with respect to the angle. However, the angle is very important to understand because the angle isn't rigid. The only time that it's rigid is in the crystalline state. And this is very important because most elements on the periodic table of elements, when they get into a solid, they actually consume less space. Water, on the other hand, expands when it freezes. So we have an anomaly here where the water expands as a gas and the water expands as it freezes. And it is this attribute of water that life is possible on this planet. So what I want to draw attention to is that when you look at a body of water and the ice forms on top, well, if the water was more dense than, if the ice was more dense than the water, then the ice would form at the bottom. And since this water absorbs the energy from the sun, if it's at the bottom of the body of water, it would receive a significantly reduced amount of energy and it wouldn't melt. So because the water is at the surface, or the ice is at the surface, it'll melt, and this is why life is possible. But then at the same time, water as a gas also expands. So the thing is that it is not a crystal as a gas. It's only a crystal when it's solid. So what is it when it's liquid? Well, it's you might have seen in one of my classes, I use a safety pin, and I unhook the safety pin, and you see how it's kind of spring loaded. Well, if you press on that safety pin when it's open, the outer edges of the pin will contract. And then if you release, because the springiness of the safety pin, then it'll expand. Well, this is what happens to the water. So at some point in time, because of the external pressure, the two hydrogens will come in less than that 104 degrees. And when that pressure goes away, it'll expand beyond that. And so you get this pulsing, and you get this wave formation. And so that becomes the wave and the frequency that you see with the transmission of water. And it is because of this bounciness of the water that you see how sound travels through water faster than it does through the air, because it's more dense, so the sound doesn't have to jump from atom to atom. So this is just a phenomenon of the water, and it's unique. And regardless of the state, whether it's in solid, liquid, gaseous, or plasma state, it is emitting and absorbing energy. And the energy that it emits and absorbs is also different in the different energy states. So this is the thing that we have to understand. If you say water, what am I thinking of? Am I thinking of water for drinking? Water at a pH of 2.4 is antibacterial. Water at a pH of 11.5 allows me to clean the grease off my stove. Water at a pH of 8 is great for my health. And water at the pH of 6 is great for my skin. And I say, well, water is just water. Well, you didn't tell me what pH it was. If I tell you I drive a car, not only do you not know the brand of the car, but you don't know the color of the car. And you don't know if it's right-hand drive or left-hand drive. It all depends on, which country that car is in. So we don't give enough descriptions. We just talk in generalities. And so it's the lowest possible way to do that. So if we were to change the description and say, oh, I have a car, it's this brand, it's this color, it's driven in North America, boom, boom, boom. Okay, well, now I've got a picture of a car in my mind, and it'll closely resemble to what you're saying. So the communication is more efficient. When we're dealing on the plasma basis, the communication is extremely efficient. It encompasses everything. It embodies everything. And so we don't have to dissect it. We just have to absorb it. And this is a point, an important point in the absorption and emission of energy. So it changes our perspective. I can give you one example which really mystified me. And in my understanding of water, for instance, I found that between 0 degrees Celsius and 4 degrees Celsius, the water had a hard time transitioning from solid to liquid. I thought, boom, at 0, it becomes liquid. Well, no, it doesn't. There has to be enough of a momentum there to cause that transition to manifest. So there isn't enough energy, and it doesn't, to manifest. And then I found it kind of strange that in the spring, the snow would melt in a certain area. So why would the snow melt? Because it's absorbing heat energy. And I thought, why would the snow melt in one spot and not melt in another spot? And so you could say, well, one's in the sunlight and one's in the shade. No, 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 both are in the sunlight. And then, interestingly enough, a plant would grow. And in North America, that would be an Iris pseudochorus, a yellow iris, because it will germinate and sprout at 5 degrees Celsius. And at 5 degrees Celsius, the snow is already 5 degrees above freezing. And what happens when that snow melts? Well, it turns to liquid. And that energy that's in the snow now nourishes the plant root. And the plant root knows. So really, the melting of the snow had nothing to do with the sun in that case, but it had everything to do with the iris that was below the snow. And it said, temperature's changing, the warmer temperature's coming, I need to see the sunlight, I will melt a hole in the snow, and I will grow at that spot. And so we find the signature of the impending arrival of spring in Canada is the emergence of the Iris pseudochorus, and it's at 5 degrees Celsius. And that is when room temperature is 21, you know that it's cold, and yet the iris is growing. So the iris is automatically engaging the energy that comes from the universe and is adapting to the changing conditions and applying it in a practical manner through its physical manifestation. And then it grows from a root ball into a large plant. And I had the pleasure one season to have an iris grow, and it was so large. I just put the one plant in my car. It filled up the whole back end of the car. How does it grow from that little tiny thing? And this is where nature is wonderful. And nature knows. We as teachers, we don't know. Okay, so we're guessing. Well, you can guess correctly when you work with what you see around you and when you become more specific with your discussion. And that's what we've managed to do here in the North American classes, which I'm very honored to be able to continue to present, because all of you have absorbed that same energy. So we find that in the crystalline state, in the physical state, it's the lowest energy transfer. And so all of us on this panel have graduated to the point where, yeah, the words are important, but the message is transmitted at a higher energy level through the emotion, through the mind, through the spirit, and through the soul. And each of those operates at a higher energy level. And all of those things that I've described, none of which are visible, none of which are physical, they're all beyond the color spectrum. And if the color spectrum represents the speed of light, and the light is visible, then in what spectrum and at what speed do these things that are non-visible, at what speed do they travel? And so you find that, wait a second, there's no angle, there's no up or down, there's no limitation. It travels instantaneously. When you set the conditions right and the reaction comes in contact with the seed, then it manifests at that point. And it's going to manifest at the correct point, because the soul knows, and the soul is your own best friend, and it will never lie to you. It will never misguide you, because that is the intention. So our learning needs to be at a higher level. That's all. Thanks for your question, Randy. I hope I answered it.
More than enough. Thank you, Alex.
Anything on the 80% and the 20%, Alex, you'd like to share?
Oh, sure. That's very easy. The thing is that our concern with this food consumes 80% of our time. Okay, so no, really,
I agree.
because
Yep. A lot of
yeah, well,
time.
and like Gail said, it's an addiction, and I'm having this problem myself. Okay, because let's say, okay, so I invest say 4 hours to prepare this session. Okay, at the end of that 4 hours, I said, well, you know what? I'd like to sit back and have a coffee or have a tea and maybe a slice of pie or a muffin, right? It's not the eating that we're looking for. It's the reminiscing of the effort that we put in and the feel-good feeling that we derive, from this. What do you all do at the end of the meeting? I know what I do. I think back at all the wonderful people that attended and how, you put up with me. And it's an honor to be here. But what I really want to do is to say, what is the difference from when the meeting started to when the meeting ended? Was there any significant change? Was there any increase in our knowledge? Or more importantly, was there any benefit? Did anyone, really benefit from that? And, the thing is, we're all sticking it out, and our meetings are exceptionally long, but they go by so quickly because we're talking about very important things. And I want to add the one thing that Stefania was mentioning, that it's a lot easier now because a lot of people are open to it. When I first learned about this, I had a lot of time on my hands because I was poor, and the best place to go when you're poor is at the library. And if you don't know something, the library is a good place to learn. And I had the opportunity to, because I realized what I knew was failing me. The knowledge that I acquired, regardless of how much it was failing my health, it was failing my success in life, and something was wrong. So I went to the library, and of course, why would I rehash the old knowledge which wasn't working? So I went to the New Age section, and I read every book in that stack. And the problem was that once I understood who the authors were, who the players were, the subject matters that they were discussing, like you brought up David Wilcox earlier on, because he was one of the more credible people. And I found that half of the books there were written by skeptics. And I thought to myself, why would I waste my time trying to put someone down? Does that mean that that person is that important that they need my time and energy? That person invested time and energy to write a book, and then I'm going to invest time and energy to be skeptical about that book. Why don't I just invest the time and energy in discovering something new? And so that's what we do at the Knowledge Seekers Workshops, and that's what we do at the North American team meeting here. We don't talk about the negative things that you see on the internet with the bloggers all saying, oh, this is bad, and this is bad. If you don't have a solution, okay, well, then that's what you've got to talk about. But we have solutions, and we've seen the progress. And so the question is why? But why is not the question, why is the answer? It's telling us there is your answer. It works. How come you don't know how to explain it? That points the way that points the way for the teachers to teach and the students to learn. And so you don't need to learn what you already know, and you don't need to know what so-and-so did on the weekend and, what movie you went to, like, who cares? What you want to know is, why did you come here? What are you doing on this planet? And is this world a better place for you having been here? And so one of the easiest things to look at is your life better for having been attending to this meeting? And I can honestly say, from my own personal standpoint, that it is, but I'm highly biased. And you wouldn't be here. But when you look at the people on this panel and you look at the knowledge that they have acquired and the knowledge that they have added to it, and they are in a position, I'm not going to go through the whole list, but every one of us is now more capable than all the new knowledge seekers that are coming today. And that degree of difference is all that it takes for us to grow. That's all you need. You don't need to, build a car and, learn all the intricate details. You just need to know what the practical application is and explain that. And then if you want to know more, okay, well, that's fine. Then you specialize in that. But what we all want to know is, how does life work on this planet? And we want to know the truth. Okay. And we want to know why, we are breaking fundamental universal laws. Like the policeman was asking me if I ever broke a law, and I said to him, well, which law? Are we talking about universal law or man-made law? And you know what? I could see his brain being crushed. His skull was hurting because I asked him a very legitimate question, because all he saw was the physical law, totally ignoring the universal law. If the man-made law does not follow the principles of the universal law, then who needs it? Because everything that we do, everything that we are, follows universal law. And if we want to ignore universal law, then we have to ignore our soul. And every mass murderer does that as a rule. So if we change the pH of the attitude of this planet, and not because we want to change the planet, we want to change our attitude towards the planet, because our attitude as we grew up is different from the attitude that we had that we grew up when we were born. And the thing is, we didn't acquire it after we were born. It had to be there before we were born. Thanks very much, everybody. Really appreciate the opportunity.
So again, are we 20% short, or are we 100% short of energy every day when we wake up? Or through the course of the 24 hours? Are you going to say I already answered that?
We get everything that we need. Okay, we get everything that we need. The dilemma for us is that we only appreciate what we have, and we don't discern from what we don't have. How can I explain that? I had a multimillionaire moan about a $50 discrepancy, and another friend of mine this last week had purchased a $140,000 pickup truck. And 4 days later, as he was driving on the highway, there was an electrical short, and it burned his truck to the ground. And the insurance company reimbursed him $80,000. So he lost $60,000 of value in 4 days. And this person wouldn't lend me $5, So losing that $60,000 on a pickup truck carries a certain weight. Losing $50 on a transaction carries a certain weight. We have all been accustomed to carrying the same weight for the same loss, forgetting that how much more work you have to do to earn $60,000 than $50,000. You know what? That $50 that you lost, don't even think about it. Don't waste energy. You know, they say don't send good money after bad. Don't waste that energy on that $50. You should have been more careful on that 60,000. So this is the problem that we're having. We are not able to value things. So our focus is 80% on the energy that we're missing, which is only 20%. We should be grateful and we should be encouraging to enhance that 80% that gives us all the energy. And I'm just saying that I'm having this problem myself because I'm having this nostalgia about how good it felt to have a nice meal, how good it felt to be able to sit back and sip a beverage and enjoy the social engagement with friends. This is a unique Earth experience, and it's wonderful. And if we're not going to need to eat in the future, well, then we're not going to have a coffee break. And I know a lot of my friends have a coffee break from 9 to 5. So, you know, this is going to change the way we live. So we need to release that binding and that focus on that 20%. We need to be grateful for the 80% and focus on that, enhancing that. And as knowledge seekers, that's what we're doing. So that ratio will change, definitely.
Okay, Gail, did you want to make another comment? Thank you, Alex.
I was just thinking about, and I can't remember which workshops, of course, that when our soul is busy traveling while we're busy sleeping, it's actually collecting energies for our physical body and brings it back to, you know, top us up, so to speak. So it sounds to me like we already, I don't know what percentages, but I think we already do bring in the energy as well, not just from sunshine. And I think, or energy from the earth, but I think that if we're in the universe, how are we going to, we're going to have to learn how to deal with the energy. And what a better place to learn how to get the rest of what we need than do it here. So I kind of think it's a lot to do with our soul, but if we're holding the soul of physicality, then, and they're supposed to be interchangeable, then yeah, I think we've got some learning to do there. So it was just an interesting thought in my head about how our soul is busy when it's out of our body at, you know, at sleep time, and it's collecting as well as having a good time, I guess. Just my thoughts.
Good.
Thanks.
Thank you. There is a question in the Q&A, Alex, from Saeed. Can we harness the plasmatic fields inside MagRav power unit? Are they different from electricity? Thanks.
Okay. The electricity, of course, is very physical, and the power inside the MagRav units is it's in a plasmatic energy state, because the MagRav units themselves are not plugged into the grid. So, you know, and that plasma energy that's in the MagRav unit is the same plasma energy that you have, because, you know, with all due respect, you're not plugged into the grid either. you know, in order for us to move around, we'd all need long extension cords, and certainly we'd all get entangled, especially if we went to the flea market and we saw the things that we wanted to get, what a tangled mess it would be. So we were able to move without this encumbrance, and we're all able to move and draw that energy. That is the energy that's coming out of the MagRab units, and that energy is at a higher energy level. Since it's coming from a source that is not tied to the electrical grid, and that means that energy is continuous, because that energy is not only supplementing the MagRab, not only supplementing your energy, it is supplementing the energy of the earth as well, and the entire humanity family and all the other families that occupy this earth, you know, everything from the horizontal people to the vertical people. This is all the same type of energy. So it's at a high level, and each and every one of us can draw from the MagRab what we need. So if you look at the ideal form of the MagRab and the energy levels that we are familiar with, so we have AC, DC, and electromagnetic energy, whether or not it's at, say, 120 volt or 220 volt. So this is what we could do. In that same MagRab, we can plug in electricity at 110, 220. We can plug in DC, and we can plug in a plasmatic connection. The thing is, with the plasmatic connection, it's wireless. So when you're trying to isolate the energy coming out of the MagRab, you have to understand that it's from a plasma state. And the plasma state, being a higher energy state, feeds the lower energy state. So you choose which energy state you want to operate on, and then that is the energy that you will get. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
And his second question, how is the situation now in Iran? Has Israel refrained from bombing Iran? Well, I heard there was some sort of retaliation. We actually had a student from Iran with us on Friday, and we asked him that very similar question, and he didn't have a big concern. He said there was something that happened, but it was rather small, or on the smaller side of things, and life continued as usual. And that was a report directly from someone who was looking at the news and living in Iran. Alex, would you like to make any comments on this?
So this is not a political channel, but one of the news that did come out today was that apparently Russia is going to deliver advanced aircraft to Iran. And this is not going to happen in 2027. It's going to happen next week. And so the message that is coming with this delivery, I think it's a dozen aircraft or whatever, is that this is going to enhance Iran's defense capability. The irony of the whole thing is that these are aircraft, so they're in the physical domain. And most of the countries around the world, let's talk about just the larger countries like US and China and Russia. They already have more advanced technology beyond that of these planes. So the mere mention of the planes is just something to say, oh, look, you know, this is what Iran is doing to increase their capability. That increase in capability is irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant. It's like, well, you have a car and someone says, you know, hey, I'm going to give you a bicycle. Oh, thank you very much. Now I don't have to walk. I can travel with a bicycle. But, you know, really, you already have a car. So if you're going to choose the bicycle or the car, well, obviously you're going to go with the car. So So this is the kind of misinformation that is going on out there to affect the fear mongering. If the truth is known, all this posturing and chest pounding, like like gorillas in the wild will do, is for public consumption. But the reality comes in is that there are mitigating factors that are being worked on a diplomatic level, which are beyond the scope of this meeting and beyond my scope. And we know that is the case because all you have to do is look at the current events there. And like I said, if you're asking, well, why is this? Well, why is the answer? Something is causing that to happen, and it's beyond us. So someone asked me an opinion on this, and it's like, my opinion really doesn't matter because I don't have any influence over this thing. And to fake some kind of outrage over this is not going to change the matter. What is going to change the matter is that we understand that we're part of the humanity family, and this humanity family needs to follow the universal laws of thou shalt not kill and abuse others. That is where it lays. And when we see the transgressions and the abuse of power, well, that's self-explanatory then, isn't it? So we understand what's going on. There are some who choose to live in an artificial reality. And then there are those who understand the true reality and that life on this planet cannot continue in a state of war. It has to go with peace. And you know that because when the army leaves, the flowers grow. They might be a little bit damaged, they might be a little bit deformed, but they will grow. They will always grow when the army leaves, and they don't need someone to come in and tell them to grow. They will grow on their own. Okay, why? Because they are following the universal law. Thanks for your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex, and thank each and every one of you who are here today on this meeting. Elizabeth said, thank all communities for all time share the knowledge. So this is what we're in the business of, sharing knowledge, sharing what we think we understand. And as we received a little memento in Manchester, may you all be proud of the work you do. May you all be proud of the person you are. And may you all be proud of the difference you make. And take that to heart. It's a very encouraging. And of course, keeping the ethos of the three wise men close to you, it's much more important than we've ever realized about this thinking good, the speaking good, and the doing good, which again is for you to find that balance, or only you can control that within yourself. I don't think anyone from outside can control it, especially the thinking part, which is where it all starts. I'm going to play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, and then the final disclaimer. The meeting will come to an end. Is there anyone else who'd like to bring any other topics or subjects or questions here today? Thank you all again for carrying a very small piece of this very large carpet. And as we can see, in the Italian community is growing, the other communities are growing. Mr. Keshe is working night and day at the highest levels on this planet to bring about the dialogue and collaboration and cooperation among the nation states as we move more and more into this new technology. Irmgard, thank you as well. Thank we, she said. And so let me play this. Before I do, this is, again, one of the things you can participate in. which we brought up earlier about the transmutation preparation sessions. The next one is coming this Friday on the 26th, I believe. And then there'll be one in May and one in June. So you can help keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity by joining these sessions, or I also put the office at de.kfwellness.center to contact the doctors, and if you're in need of any sort of balancing or conditions you'd like to have evaluated or discussed or processed through the wellness system, which we showed you. Gail says, thank you, wonderful souls, for sharing. Yes. So I will play that now, and then after the conclusion of the disclaimer, the meeting will end. Okay, let me just locate that. Here it is. Thank you all again, and have an amazing rest of your day.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new damage.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.